Good morning. This is a convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. It's meeting number 561. It is August 14th, 2025, approximately 10:04 a.m. I'm Jordan Maynard. I am serving as chair of the commission, but we are holding this meeting virtually, so we will do a roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning, I am here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill. Good morning, Commissioner Broder.
Good morning.
And good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning.
All right. So we're going to first turn it over. I think we have a few sets of minutes, and some are older than others. We'll turn it over to Secretary Broder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two tranches, if you will. I move that the commission approve the minutes from the following public meetings, subject to necessary edits for typographical errors or other non-material matters. And those three dates would be February 23rd, 2004, April 3rd, 2024, April 3rd, 2024, and October 24th, 2024.
I believe Commissioner Skinner may have been absent for the October 24th, 2024 meeting.
That is correct.
Yeah. And I think the February date's the 22nd, right?
Yes, I was going to call that out as well.
Let's see.
I think you said the 23rd.
23rd by mistake, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. All right, we're going to have two sets then. With apologies to Commissioner Skinner. The motion would be for February 22nd, 2024, and April 3rd, 2024.
You have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Did we have the language about corrections? I'm sorry.
Yes.
A little bit. Okay. Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Abstain.
All right. I vote yes. That is 4 and 1 abstention.
Okay, so the next set, Mr. Chairman. I move that the commission approve the minutes from the following public meeting, subject to any necessary edits for typographical errors or other non-material matters for the date of October 24th, 2024.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Abstain.
And Commissioner Broder.
Abstain.
And I vote yes. So that's 3 ayes and 2 abstentions.
And one more to go, Mr. Chairman. I move the commission approve the minutes from the following public meetings, subject to any necessary edits for typographical errors or other non-material matters. That would be for the date of July 1st, 2025.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And to the legal team, thank you too. All right, that takes us to item number 3. And for that, we're going to turn it over to Director Mark Vanderlinden. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Chair Maynard. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. So we have a community engaged research project to present to you today. Before I give a brief description of what we're going to be talking about, I want to introduce our guests, who I think are first-time presenters to the Gaming Commission. We have Dr. Devin Mills, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Community, Family, and Addiction Services at Texas Tech University, as well as doctoral student at Texas Tech University, Travers Spencer, who is also a graduate research assistant. So the Act to regulate sports wagering, as well as the Expanded Gaming Act, both provide a broad mandate to the Gaming Commission to carry out an annual research agenda to comprehensively assess the impacts of gambling within Massachusetts. In order to organize this mandate, the Commission adopted a strategic plan that outlined several different types of research that the Commission would embark upon. One of those is what we call community engaged participatory research. The objective of this research is to understand and address the impact of gambling specifically focused on groups and populations that may be disproportionately impacted by gambling within the Commonwealth. The specific topic or question that is addressed is left up to the research team in partnership with the community through a community-driven process. So last year, the Gaming Commission, as part of our annual research agenda, awarded one of these types of research grants to Texas Tech University as they propose to explore impact of gambling upon the recovery community, specifically substance abuse and problem gambling recovery communities. They, in partnership with the Mass Council on Gaming and Health, individuals with a history of addiction, and mental health counseling professionals, explored several questions about recovery, both generally and in the context of gambling disorder. They sought to define what indicators of recovery progress can be targeted through intervention programs, which factors support or undermine recovery, and how legalized gambling in the Commonwealth impact recovery communities. A fascinating report, if I do say so myself, and I'm excited to give them the opportunity to share it with you, commissioners. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Mills. Good to see you, Devin, and good to see you too, Travis.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much, commissioners, for our first time to join you all and present some of our work. Just to clarify, am I allowed to share my screen so I can go through the PowerPoint? Okay.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That's good. All right. Again, after the thank you, I just want to also start with a recognition. I'm obligated by Texas to just make sure that there's an awareness of the conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest. I have consulted with the gambling industry before, and I have served as an expert witness on a number of different gambling-related cases involving video games and gambling. But most importantly, this work has resulted in some amazing learning and research opportunities. And then the next piece, just building off of what Mark just mentioned, this was an objective was to identify the themes with regards to the impact of legalized gambling and recognize the need for macro systemic changes to better support recovery communities and recognize the need for tools assessing personal growth as an indicator for recovery progress.
Mr. Chairman, can I interrupt for a second?
Yes, Commissioner Hill.
I'm sure you know why I'm interrupting. I'm looking at a screen that is not in the full slideshow mode, and I don't know if that was intentional or not. And I don't know what other people are seeing on their screens.
I figured you were right. I bet that was what it was. Can we get that in the, can you put it on the full view so we can see a little better?
Sure.
I think you just have to hit the slideshow button.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes.
Yeah, we were getting your full computer screen.
Oh, yes, of course. So
Thank you, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
there we go. Is that better?
That's
That's it.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. I apologize for that. And let me just put this in a little bit, just simple words. We took this opportunity for the request for funding on the impacts of legalized gambling in communities to look at something that wasn't geographically limited, that wasn't culturally limited, as much of the research has done. And so recovery communities occupy a variety of different cultures, occupy a variety of different geographical regions and areas, and they're not bound by that. And yet you have an incredibly diverse group of individuals that come together seeking opportunities to heal. And it's often overlooked on terms of what is legalized, what policies are enacted, and how that impacts individuals going through this very personal journey of recovery. And so the goal of this work was to understand that a bit more, at least at the early stages. And as we continue this work, as Travis will discuss, as we continue this work, we're going to try to test some of these hypotheses that we've been working on developing. So just a real brief, I know that as the Gaming Commission, many of you are aware of all this. Gambling is a recreational activity. I definitely hold that to be true, along with Travis, that gambling is not an activity that is necessarily to be vilified. It is a recreational activity. The vast majority of individuals do engage in gambling, somewhere in the vicinity of 70 to 80% of individuals. And now 20 to 25% of individuals do report some level of harm, 2 to 6% of individuals do develop a gambling disorder based on prevalent studies. Nationally, of course, in 2018, the overturning of PASPA has led to a growth of concern in this area. Now, recovery specific to gambling disorder remains ill-defined and poorly operationalized, underscoring the need for our research. Much of the research also has been very limitedly, if any, in exploring exactly how gambling legalization is specifically affecting these communities. Now, when it comes to Massachusetts, of course, Massachusetts has a history of gambling being the birthplace of the traditional scratch tickets, which I always thought was a really interesting part of Massachusetts history. But in 2011, full-scale casinos and sports betting in 2023, all of this, of course, the Gambling Commission is aware of. And I also want to the research funded by the Gambling Commission has generally found that gambling participation and harms have increased since the expansion of gambling, but not necessarily gambling disorder, which is a really interesting finding that Rachel Wahlberg and her team have discussed in their reports. So the aims of the study is to, again, understanding recovery. We felt that was an important place to begin. We wanted to start focusing on also moving towards the assessment of metrics for recovery progress. This was pointed out in our report that it was a bit confusing in terms of whether or not we were developing a measure. At the point for qualitative research, it was trying to identify themes that we could potentially use within a self-report measure. And so we did not yet develop a assessment tool for recovery progress, but we did work with the research team, which Travis will discuss in more detail, on how to develop, on what indicators should be used for such a metric. We also explored in aim 3 the risk factors and support systems, both that undermine recovery and also those that support recovery. Again, trying to better understand the environment and the individual's skills necessary for recovery to flourish. And finally, once we had discussed all that, we did get to the final aim, which I understand is a bit weird for this report, since the aim 4 is kind of the primary piece, really exploring the impact of legalized gambling on recovery communities. And the reason for all of this was we were building towards this larger goal of understanding. In year 2, we're going to be trying to develop statistical tests to better understand and test these hypotheses more thoroughly. With that, I do want to introduce my graduate student, Travis Spencer, who has been essential in working on this, and also is just his work and his presence here underscores the value of funding research within higher education, because it does offer unique opportunities for our students to be immersed in research and to be part of that entire research progress. So with that, Travis, if you can take it from here.
Thanks, Devin. Thank you, Commission, for the opportunity to be here. I am really proud of this project and have had a lot of fun presenting it and writing it, and I'm grateful for the opportunity again to discuss what we found. So I'll go ahead to the next slide, Devin, and I'll just say next when since you're kind of in control, you're at the wheel there when we go to the next slide. But so just a kind of an overview real quick. I know the main thing that everybody's interested in is probably the results, and so I'll try to just kind of quickly go through the process of how we got there, the methods. We started with getting IRB approval and then recruited the Massachusetts. We worked very closely with Massachusetts Council of Gaming and Health, and they were our recruitment team. They've been very heavily embedded in the recovery community there at Massachusetts, and so they had a lot of contacts for us to help us get connected with that community to be a part of the study. Once we were able to collect the team of what we called our community research team, which follows community participatory research standards, of just involving the community that you're studying to be part of the study, the research process, rather than us coming in and getting information and then us deciding what it all means. It really heavily embedded them in making sure we understood exactly what their experiences were like, and with lots and lots of iterative opportunities to give us feedback on what we came up with. And the way we did that is we had 6 focus groups, and each of the focus groups had that we did 2 times a month, except for the last focus group we did a month later in January. We did those focus groups on separate subjects, but then at the beginning of each focus group, we would ask the community. We came up with results of what we talked about in the previous focus group, and then discussed it with them again, and got more feedback and further feedback and adjustments to make sure that we were understanding them. The final focus group was us presenting the full report of the findings, and again giving another opportunity for them to give us feedback and room for adjustment. So, and then we drafted or added those adjustments and came up with the final report that went through the process here with the community, with the commission, which we're grateful for the feedback of the reviewers as well. That really helped the study. The meeting topics aligned with the aims of the study. We wanted to first start by defining gambling, and to me that was an opportunity for us to dive into just some reflexivity to help the recovery community. Obviously, they're going to have their biases, just like we have our biases, and anybody has biases about gambling. And so starting with this discussion helped us all be a little more reflexive and open to how are we viewing this topic from the get-go. And that, to me, is extremely important for qualitative research in helping us get to a place where we can see the subject under study a little bit more objectively. Meeting 2, we went to defining recovery, understanding support for recovery, what that looks like in meeting 3, and then what a supportive community, how the greater community at large can better support the recovery community. And then finally, like Devin said, we got to the most important aim of our study, which was how is legalized gambling affecting the recovery community, with that sixth meeting being a review of the final report. Next. So recruitment and retention, we were very pleased with, we were able to get 4 participants that had qualified with having gambling disorder, 4 participants with substance use disorder, and then 4 participants that experienced both. We wanted a range of perspectives as much as possible. And 5 of the participants that were probably the most engaged of our community research team was the mental health professionals that are in the trenches of helping this community. And we've really appreciated their input. We ended up with 14 participants in the final run, and 91% retention, almost 92, across the 6 focus groups, which according to focus group research, especially as something at this scale, is very impressive. And I'd like to think that it was Devin and I's charming personality that kept the participants coming back, but it was probably because we paid them $150 a session. That might have had a small part of it too.
And before we move on, the one thing that I had forgot to mention is that it might be interesting to note the second bullet point for participants with substance use disorder. Primarily, as Travis mentioned, it was a goal of ours to create a well-rounded group. We know that recovery communities don't just occupy just the gambling disorder, and that legalized gambling in when we started this, we viewed that legalized gambling might not only affect those with a history of gambling disorder, but also those in the early parts of their substance use disorder recovery. And so that was the reason for their inclusion.
Correct. Yeah, and which was a correct assumption. We'll talk about that later, why it was important to involve them as well. So here we go, the juice. So first, with the defining gambling, we found that first of all, it was really difficult for our recovery community to separate just the act of gambling from gambling harms. In their eyes and their experience, this community has been harmed by gambling. And so just talking about asking the question generally, what is gambling? Most of their responses were very connected with, well, it's something that hurts me or hurts my family or is pervasive and harmful. And so again, it was really good to start there to help us kind of gain a more of a objective perspective towards gambling with the community, to start with, to recognize those biases and those experiences. We realized that responsible gambling is not is a common term within this type of research and within the community as well. And a lot of the participants responded that that's not really helpful for the recovery community. It gives a connotation that if they're struggling with gambling and building and have a gambling disorder, then that means they're just not being. Does that just mean they're not being responsible? And so there's some education pieces that we discovered there, and are in currently striving to better understand how can we refer to it that would be less stigmatizing rather than using the term responsible gambling. We talked about, well, when does it become a problem? And the 4 key themes that came out of that was when it becomes an obsession, when it leads to isolation, when those who are involved are dishonest about their involvement, and when there's a reckless desperation of trying to earn back what you've lost. And then the harms mostly focused around, well, just loss in general, loss of financial, loss of finances, but emotional loss, and also like social loss. The relationships was a lot of the harms that they talked about in losing because of their addiction. Recovery from the community definition. This was the piece that we were most interested in. Well, I guess I wouldn't say that, but something that we really enjoyed discovering, and what is leading on in our second stage of the study to developing a measure. But we came up with these 5 main themes of, well, what is recovery? How do we define it? And it started with setting and working towards personalized recovery goals. There was a really big discussion and even some conflict within our group, discussing, well, what does recovery have to involve abstinence, recovery from gambling specifically? And there were several people that had very strong opinions that you had to have abstinence. There was no other option. If you're going to be in recovery, then you can't gamble. And there were other voices that said, well, that can't be the only goal, and especially for those that are first starting in recovery, sometimes that's not the best place to start. And so this piece of setting personalized recovery goals is an important part of recovery, figuring out what you want and how you're going to get there. Gaining self-awareness of underlying factors that lead to triggers and urges was an important piece. Developing healthier coping processes and tools to manage cravings and triggers. Actively participating in social support systems was another really strongly encouraged piece. There was multiple times I heard said that recovery doesn't happen in isolation. So just understanding how to get the support that you needed is a big part of recovery. And then replacing old patterns that led to the harmful behaviors was the final piece. This process went through probably 5 or 6 iterations, or this definition of gambling recovery. And yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing how this shows up in the next stage of the study. So then we asked about factors. Well, what supports recovery? What undermines recovery? And we'll just highlight the first 4 here. After we highlighted all the main themes, we asked them in the final meeting to rate them of which ones they felt were the most important factors on a scale of 1 to 5 of importance, and then conglomerated the score. And same with what factors undermine recovery. And as you can see, the most important factor for supporting recovery was willingness to change. That needs to be a place that's where people start with their recovery and needs to be maintained throughout the recovery process. Awareness of triggers and stressors, building a supportive recovery community and asking for help, and then understanding and remembering your why. And each of those pieces can be connected again back to the definition that we came up with as well. We're glad to see that there.
Apologies. Got a little ahead of myself. Sorry.
No worries. So undermining recovery, the top four were lack of accountability, returning to other addictive substances or behaviors, and desperate rumination about winning, and instability and unwellness. That piece about returning to other addictive substances, that was a big reason why we needed those that are in substance use to have substance use disorder, and not necessarily problems with gambling, but they spoke about how members in their community that went to AA groups or just were going through substance abuse recovery. Often the replacement addiction, gambling became a very prominent replacement addiction for those in those communities. And so that's a big thing that can undermine the recovery of the recovery community at large. Defining what a recovery community is. Key themes were connection with a recovery community is essential for lasting success. Anyone with a desire to support a person seeking recovery can be involved in this recovery community, and offers an opportunity to support and serve others. Recovery in isolation is ineffective. We had a discussion about whether it's you can't or can, and several said that you can't recover in isolation. Some were more open to, well, maybe it can happen, but it's definitely ineffective or not most helpful to try to do it. And so that was a big theme. And then be cautious about who you trust and support your recovery, even those in a recovery community. Just because they're in recovery themselves or striving for recovery doesn't necessarily mean they're great supports for you. And so there was this big caution that they gave as well as part of the definition. Themes of community support. So these are recommendations that the community research team gave for how we can, as a community, as Massachusetts in general, can support recovery communities going through this transition and change with gambling legalization. And the top four, again, we have them rate these recommendations. The top four were increased education about gambling harms, treating gambling as an addiction, increased awareness and access to recovery resources for individuals of diverse cultures, and then improved health care and treatment coverage and availability for those suffering from gambling addiction were highlighted. The effects of gambling legalization in Massachusetts. In this fifth meeting we finally got to, we're like, okay, well, now that we've talked about all these pieces of recovery, what is legal, the recent legalization changes, how is that affecting your community? And here's what they said. It's increased a cultural normalization of gambling, especially among youth. Emerging adults and college students are facing heightened financial exploitation. Sports betting and pervasive media content are driving new addiction patterns that are needed to be addressed in different ways. Rise in substitution addictions without matching growth and treatment processes. Treatment access was another theme. Gambling stigma persists, making support seeking more difficult for some. There was a discussion about whether it's more gambling's more stigmatized, or substance addiction's more stigmatized, and they were just stigmatized in different ways was kind of the conclusion we came up with. And but with gambling, it's that there's less resources, there's less access to support for those struggling with gambling addiction, was what the community said. And then recovery pathways are diversifying, needing to meet the growing and changing demand. With the increase of concern with the youth and college students around gambling, more online access has shown up. College students and the youth they said are more willing to participate in online recovery communities, for good or worse, but that's still the kind of the trend that the recovery community is seeing. So we're getting near the end here. Don't worry, you won't have to hear my voice too much longer. But gambling legalization in Massachusetts, we asked them, so what are the positives that have come from it? And it always came, when they responded, that always came with a but. It said, well, this could be a positive, but this could be a positive, but this. And so again, there's still that stigma there, or that bias that this is harmful in their community. But they were willing to admit that there is increased awareness of gambling problems. There has become community benefits from redistributed earnings, such as a commission and the gaming council on gaming and health that's been very supportive of that recovery community. Safer gambling environments, increased opportunities for social connection, employment opportunities, increased funding for treatment, though insufficient fund for rising needs. There's that but. And then finally, the last big but was, however, these positives are outweighed by negative consequences of gambling legalization. Better regulation should have been in place from the start, but they all admitted we can't go back. We need to figure out, well, how can we implement better regulations to be more supportive of those that are being extra affected by the legalization. The warnings they wanted to give to recovery communities was that there's increased means increased triggers. Emerging adults and college students are highly affected and need more support. Younger recovery seekers are making online support groups more popular, so make those more available. There needs to be improved methods to assess emerging gambling problems, so we can become more aware, both personally and as a culture, community at large, and which is what we're doing with our second wave. Spoiler. And then legalization has increased gambling harms with lack of increased treatment options, as the warnings that they would give to the recovery communities.
Great. Thank you, Travis. I'm going to wrap up here real quick within 1 minute, just for the sake of time, and I apologize for us going over a little bit. But the year one does set the foundation, as Travis just said, a little bit on the spoilers piece. We're getting ready to develop, and with continued support from the Gaming Commission, apologies. We're ready to develop the pilot some quantitative instruments that we can start to test these hypotheses, right? It's qualitative research, unfortunately, doesn't allow you to really test the extent to which does legalized gambling have an impact on recovery communities, and in what way. And so in order to do that, we need to develop these quantitative instruments so we can actually statistically test whether or not those hypotheses actually hold true. So year two is the goal of developing these, piloting these measures, and exploring them. We're also going to be exploring them with a broader audience, not just individuals with a history of gambling disorder or substance use disorder, not just only individuals that also identify as being in recovery, but a broader array of individuals who maybe are still continuing harms, do not believe they have a problem, are not at the point at which they want to engage in a recovery process. Year three, if the commission does allow for it, we would then continue doing this in a more longitudinal perspective, but more on that later. With that, again, I want to just thank the commission for their support. Mark and Bonnie have been just absolute amazing to work with and incredibly supportive, and I've really appreciated them. And I also just want to appreciate the commission themselves, and what you guys have done in Massachusetts is something that should be replicated across the country in terms of providing resources and for research to better understand gambling. Gambling is one of the most under-researched areas and addictive behaviors affecting our country, and with the ever expansion of gambling across the country, it's important that we don't lose sight of this public health concern, but also recognize that it is a recreational activity that does provide economic offerings as well, and boosts the economy in a variety of different ways. With that, I'm going to pause for any questions that anyone might have, if there's time.
So if you don't mind, if you'll take down that screen.
Sure.
I can see everyone. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Dr. Mills or Mr. Spencer? Commissioner O'Brien.
Yeah, I did. Thank you for this. The comment about responsible gaming sort of having these negative connotations, did the focus group participants throw out any ideas in terms of other wording?
They really, I'm sorry, Travis, but they really struggled at that, and we didn't have enough time. It was something that we didn't actually had foresight to think about planning questions around. Going to other presentations, I'm sure Mark has been a part of those. with Brett Abernall out in UNLV. She's talked about safer gambling practices and safer gambling, but she's also talked about just anecdotally interviews with players on what does safer mean, and all of a sudden they move towards, well, it means like privacy and secure transactions.
Oh, yeah.
So like we have this, I don't know what the word is. I really don't. And one of the things that we mentioned in the report is that we think it's worthwhile to do a community-based participatory study with players to really explore what term might work. But the idea that individuals should engage in responsible gaming as a way of mitigating against problems suggests that those with problems are being irresponsible. And so that's kind of the connotation that they're interpreting. And so that's something that needs to be explored a bit further, but I don't have a recommendation in terms of terms. Travis, was there anything else you wanted to add to that briefly?
Yeah, there was a conversation within my breakout group about the term of accountable gaming, though that it was just a term thrown out there. I don't know if that would completely work, but that was one idea that was thrown out that I thought was interesting.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner Hill.
So I don't know if we can put the screen back up or not. And boy, I've been a pain in the butt with the screen. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No worries.
If we could go up to the last page before the questions, I believe, the gambling legalization and mass page, that you had the pros and the cons.
Yes. Believe this works. Yes. So above. Right up here, right?
Yeah. So my the last one under warning to recovery communities, legalization has increased gambling harms with lack of increased treatment options.
Yep.
So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that in terms of the lack of increased treatment. Does that mean that there wasn't a lot of information about the treatment options available? Does that mean we need better treatment options for this subject matter? Because I'm thinking about this, and maybe it's because we're all in this industry and we know where to go to for treatment options. But, you know, I look at GameSense, DPH, the Mass Council here in Mass, where you can get a lot of information to get that treatment options that are available here. So I guess I'm a little, I don't want to say confused, but maybe a little more education from you folks to us. What is it that we're lacking, and why are we lacking that?
Well, and let me first say that, you know, this is a subjective report in terms of their perspective on treatment options, right? So in qualitative studies, right, we're asking them, and this is largely what they gave us back in terms of that. So is it objectively true that there has not been an increase in treatment options? I think that's up for the commission to kind of discuss and to review. But to your point, you know, what is it really, where's the gap in terms of education, in terms of knowledge, in terms of awareness? I don't remember if we completely had a direct answer on that, because again, if people are bringing this up, they are also already unaware. And so we did have, the council was available and did provide some information for some resources. You know, again, maybe that helped some of them. But Travis, if memory serves me right, some of the things that they were often comparing with the treatment options that they saw available for substance use disorders, and suggesting that there's some incompatibility in terms of that. They felt, whether it's true or not, but they felt that there were more treatment options and there was awareness of treatment options for those struggling with substance use disorders than gambling disorder. Again, I don't know if that's actually true. That goes beyond the study itself, but that is a really interesting question. Exactly what do we need to be doing in order to increase that? The other piece is also true, as I'm sure all of you are aware in the public health space, is that it always feels like you can never do enough, right? And it always feels that no matter how much you do, someone's going to be asking you to do more. And so I think take that a little bit with a grain of salt. I think there's an avenue for further research to better understand, you know, are you aware of GameSense? Are you aware of this website? Are you aware of this helpline? Are you aware of community services. If you surveyed individuals in one community or one county and asked them, what services exist, and they say none. And you're like, no, you actually have a couple clinics in your own county, that would maybe be something that would highlight just a lack of awareness and education with regards to that. So there's a variety of different ways of combating this question and coming at it and trying to better understand it. Unfortunately, for the purposes of this study, we only got as far as that in terms of our understanding of that. But I do recognize that we have this down in other states as well, and Texas as well, that everyone always wants a little bit more. In Texas, they actually might have a point about that, though.
Well, I'll thank you for the answer.
Sure.
And, I liken this, and Commissioner Broder can appreciate what I'm about to say. A few years ago, we had an opioid, and we still do, an opioid issue here in Massachusetts that was out of control. There's no other word or way to say it. And it was recognized not only by the legislature, but many other factions in the state. And we were able to adopt, some legislation / education to let people know that there's help out there for people who are addicted to opioids, the harms that come with opioids. And, it took a while for us to be able to get that word out to the public of Massachusetts. But we just saw a report a month ago, I think, that saw that the opioid addictions have dropped considerably here in Massachusetts. And as we're talking this out right now, I'm thinking to myself, this is such a new industry that, we need to start looking at it like we did the opioids, because as you said, it is an addiction.
Well, and the other thing I'll add to that is it's a bit of a lagging indicator, right? And so as you just kind of alluded to, is that all the work you do, you're not going to see an immediate effect of it, because it takes time for that, the law of diffusion, as a marketing term in the business school, right? It takes time for that to reach the masses. It takes time for individuals to develop trust with regards to online and virtual and clinics and community centers. And so all of that is true. And so it just takes a bit of time to see that in the data. But I going to NCPG every so often, I will gladly say that Massachusetts Gaming Commission, you guys are recognized as being leaders in this space in terms of their support that you provide. And so it's interesting to see that even amongst Massachusetts, where I think you do have quite a few resources, individuals are still feeling like they don't have enough. And so I think there's a question in there somewhere.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. And I'll say I see Commissioner Broder's mute is off. I also, Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Broder and others will appreciate this. I had to think about this a little bit as a focus group versus a poll, given my history of trying to understand it. So it is true that we're hearing what this focus group qualitatively thinks. So thank you for pointing that out, Dr. Mills. Commissioner Broder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen. I want to thank you for your kind words and your work. As folks on this call know, but it always bears repeating, it's part of our legislative mandate, right? We are to grow the industry or create opportunities for growth, but also minimize the harm. And that was something that the legislature set forth right out of the gate. It's important work that's recognized in the Commonwealth. So I want to ask, I'm not sure if this really fits within the current scope of your research, but I'm wondering about the criminal justice system and really in the correction setting, both here in Massachusetts, houses of corrections and state prisons. There are folks that face addiction challenges that I suspect were not in your focus group, current folks that might be currently incarcerated. And I'm wondering if you see opportunities there. There are clinical resources in some probation settings, in the facilities. Would you see value in trying to pilot some programming there around some of the topics that you're covered in your research thus far?
The short answer to that is yes. I think there is some value to that. Again, as you already alluded to, that those individuals were not included in this sample. And I'm not exactly sure how many individuals who did participate, we didn't ask this question, in their demographics, how many of them have been incarcerated. It's possible that some of them could have been and could have been are formerly incarcerated individuals. But definitely, I mean, this goes at the core point of any sort of justice system is the rehabilitation piece. And I think recovery is part of that rehabilitation. And so I think it definitely could be. And I'm working with the council in developing programming and collaborating with some individuals in the criminology part section, such as Michelle Malkin down in ECU, would be incredibly valuable.
I was saying, particularly in the House of Corrections space, potentially where whether it's wise or not to have, individual sheriffs running their own houses of correction. The good news on that front is there is opportunity to pilot. I think with some willing partners, we have some terrific sheriffs in the Commonwealth. That might not be a bad thing for us to start considering as a commission for sure, and as a state. Again, thank you for your work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Broder. And it's funny, Dr. Mills, literally Dr. Malkin came top of mind as Commissioner Broder was talking, and I know she's done some work with the commission. So Director Van der Linden maybe noted down that it's another opportunity. Anything else?
Well, and the one thing, I apologize, Chairman, if I can just add, is also the consideration of gambling courts. I'm not sure where Massachusetts is in that process. I think New Jersey is piloting one, but that would definitely be something to help facilitate individuals who are convicted of crimes, and there's a gambling related component. Again, Michelle Malkin could speak more to that element as that's a primary of her research, but it's incredibly effective. The research is incredibly supportive of just treatment courts in general. But if there was a way of piloting something like that to help facilitate that, in addition to some programming within the justice system as well. That's just a couple of thoughts off the shooting from the hip.
Let's not shoot from the hip. Thank you, Dr. Mills. I speak only in idioms, Dr. Mills. I know you're joining us today, and it gets really hard for the commission at times. Director Van der Linden.
Yeah, I just thank you, Travis and Devin. I really appreciate this. I think you asked some difficult questions at the onset, and you did a great job of engaging the recovery community to try to come up with some answers. Some of this is, it's not always hard to hear, but I think it's important to hear and inform what our next steps are. I have, just the gaming research agenda is pretty broad as required by statute, as required by legislature. And you saw a couple of weeks ago, we had a broad report by Dr. Volberg and the Sigma team to look at gambling behaviors more generally in Massachusetts and what people's attitudes were. This type of research is really intended to dive deep and speak with a specific community and add color to some of that sort of quantitative data that we're seeing. And in a couple more weeks, we'll see another one of these community engaged research projects that really explore gambling among younger adults. And that's the beauty of the annual research agenda, that we will continue to look at this issue and slice and dice it from a variety of different ways in order to help inform the commission and others on these important issues.
All right, with that, thank you, Director Van der Linden. Thank you, Dr. Mills and Mr. Spencer. We appreciate it. Dr. Andrews, as always. And anything else on this topic, commissioners, before we move on to the next agenda item? All right, thank you. We now have a couple of items, and for that, we're going to kick it over to Chief Delaney. I believe we're going to start with some updates.
Yes, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. So we've got a couple of quarterly reports for you, and then we're going to do some discussion on the 2027 Community Mitigation Fund. But first up, we have Encore Boston Harbor with Juliana Catanzariti and Tom Coffey. And so I'll turn it right over to Juliana.
Good morning. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, everyone can see.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for your time this morning. We're happy to present our Q2 report to you. So as usual, beginning with gaming revenue, taxes, and lottery sales. During Q2, our gross gaming revenue for table games was about 77 million and about 110 million for slots, for a total gross gaming revenue of about 187 million. This has resulted in about $47 million in state taxes being collected. Here we have a year-over-year comparison of those figures. For sports wagering revenues, our total monthly win for Q2 was about $1.1 million, which resulted in about $163,000 in state retail taxes being collected. For Q2, our lottery sales were about 875,000. And here's the same year-over-year comparison for lottery sales. Moving on to workforce. At the end of Q2, we had a total of 3,299 employees. Of those who reported, 74% were minorities, 2% veterans, and 45% women, I'm sorry. And here is the further breakdown for supervisory and above employees. For operating spend, during Q2, we had a discretionary spend amount of about $18 million, 13% of which was spent on with minority business enterprises, 22% with women's business enterprises, and about $25,000 with veterans business enterprises. For local spend, to highlight some of the expenditures, more than $2.5 million was spent with Boston businesses, about $2 million with Everett, and more than $350,000, I'm sorry, with Chelsea businesses. I will turn it over to Tom Coffey, our Executive Director of Security Investigations, to go through our compliance report.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. For the second quarter, we intercepted 6 underages on the gaming floor. Of interest was one of those individuals had been on the floor several times, but there were 6 incidents, actually 2 different people. Minors intercepted slot machines was 2 incidents, and again, minors intercepted table games was a total of 6 incidents. We did screen onto the gaming floor approximately 1,658,000 individuals, and 273,000 of those were IDs were scrutinized and Veridocs. We did have a couple individuals, those same 2 individuals, both drank on the floor, and one of the individuals was gaming as well, so a bunch of different times. But what I will say is there was a female guest who jumped over a turnstile. She made it over to one of the bars, and she was promptly ID'd by one of our employees, which was good to see. We did confiscate 14 fake IDs. That's not on this chart, but we did confiscate 14 IDs. And again, I think based on the number of individuals that passed through, always room for improvement, but it was encouraging to see these numbers for me.
So, Tom, this is Commissioner O'Brien. Can you talk to me about the 4-hour, 34-minute episode?
Yes, that was an ID swap, Commissioner. And that individual had been on the floor several times over a period of time. And eventually someone recognized that it wasn't him. So he was on the floor for quite a bit of time.
So was he entering through a different?
Yeah, there were several different.
Were they on the floor also, or?
Yeah, several different entrances over a period of time, over actually a 2-week period.
Okay.
And again, I think we're doing some training on that. That's the tough nut to crack, the legitimate IDs that sort of look like somebody. And again, when you're screening that many people, you really need to pay attention. But we certainly do remedial training on any one of those incidents.
Thanks.
Welcome. That's all I have today.
Okay. Now for the more fun stuff. During Q2, we had some exciting human resources initiatives to highlight. First, we ran 2 Coffee Talk with Jennies, which is a new program that we have. So for a period of several hours in April and May, our president, Jenny Holiday, sits in our staff lounge, and she meets with individual employees to discuss whatever they would like to discuss. Our employees very much appreciate the opportunity to be able to sit with Jenny and speak with her directly on a one-on-one basis. It's not something, especially for line level employees, that they may have been able to do in the past, or even with any previous employer, to be able to speak with the property president. So they love this. Jenny loves it. We all love the feedback that Jenny receives, and so we plan to do this on an ongoing basis in the future. We also held a health and wellness fair where vendors set up booths in our heart of house area to answer questions and offer information about their services to our employees. June also brought our annual employee engagement survey, which we kicked off with raffles and stations where the survey could be completed. There are also iPads available throughout property in different departments where employees can complete the survey and QR codes, so you can just do it on your phone if you'd like. In June, we were also thrilled to celebrate our 6th anniversary. We had a Heart of House Live raffle to celebrate, along with a photo wall and some special treats in the staff cafe for our employees. So last quarter, I spoke with you about our inaugural climb program. And this quarter, we're pleased to update you with the news of our participants' graduation. So our 10 participants were able to showcase their innovative ideas for the business area based off what they learned. They presented those ideas to a group of executives as sort of the final project for the program. And then following those presentations, a private dinner celebration was held at Rare for the students, their guests, some faculty and executives. It was really a great night for everyone to show what they learned, and then just celebrate the completion of what was really a very rigorous program for this group of people who still had full-time jobs the whole time. So we were so proud of them, and we were so happy to be able to celebrate them in this way. I also wanted to highlight a very special promotional prize that occurred in June. We received such great feedback on this, and it's such an interesting and one-of-a-kind experience. So winners of our May Vegas takeoff giveaway were sent with a guest on the Patriots team aircraft to Las Vegas. They were able to stay at our sister property in Las Vegas. They participated in a welcome reception with NFL alumni. And then some of them, as you can see, were able to golf at Wynn Las Vegas, which is a beautiful golf course. So we received such positive feedback, and it's such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of these people that we just wanted to highlight it. A lot of planning also to our promotional team to be able to get all of these people through whatever the abnormal way to get on a private aircraft is, all on time. So it was a huge lift for the team, but it was certainly worth it for all our players who were able to attend. For some community relations highlights, during Q2, our employees volunteered over 3,500 hours of their personal time. Our team also assembled and distributed 120 care packages to college students during finals weeks, cleaned up a local park in Somerville, and joined Mass Fallen Heroes in a flag planting ceremony. To highlight our TRU contributions for Q2, this is more, there are more organizations than normal because we switched mid-quarter. But over 300,000 tickets were donated, totaling more than $60,000. Next quarter, it'll just be the bottom 4. The top 4 are being rotated out. And that is all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hill.
Hi, Juliana.
Hello, how are you?
Good. So a couple of questions. You know my history here when it comes to our veterans. And I noticed in the employment, everybody seems to be increasing except the veterans veterans group. Any reason why? I mean, are we doing outreach like we had been earlier in your time, or what's going on?
So we do the same outreach. We partner with a bunch of veterans groups to try to bring people on board. One of the things about veterans is some of them choose not to report that they are a veteran. So we are, during some celebrations during, Memorial Day and whatnot, it becomes evident that we have more veteran employees than are disclosing that they're veteran employees. So some of it is just a reporting issue, I think, in the event that we don't know that some people are veterans. And other than that, we reach out to our partners in the community to help get the word out with open posting. So there's nothing that has changed in what we've been doing to try to increase our veteran participation. But I think some of it is also that we have more than are reporting that they are veterans.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, also, I noticed a big decrease in lottery revenues. Any suggestions on why that's happening? Did we move machines?
So yes, so no, we didn't move any machines. We actually were just able to upgrade to the new lottery machines. If you haven't seen them, they're very cool. So those all just got upgraded on property last month. I think the decline is mostly due to the fact that we are actually a very large purchaser of lottery tickets, and we reorganized some of our promotions. So I think normally we do one a quarter for lottery, and then I think this year one quarter got pushed. So it should make up for it next quarter. I think we doubled it in July or something, or it was just a promotional schedule.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Broder.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you talk a little bit more about the college care package program? What the scope of the promotion was, how it came about?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't know many of the specifics, but there's an organization called Bottom Line who sends care packages to college students during finals time. So we here purchased all of the, the contents of the care packages and had employees put them together in one of our training rooms, and then we're able to send them to the organization to distribute. I can get you more information on that organization specifically.
That'd be terrific. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? All right. Juliana, thank you so much. I will echo Commissioner Hill's sentiments in regards to veterans. And if that's the case, maybe some outreach on folks identifying could help in the future. But that said, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Good to see what's going on, and happy 6th anniversary.
Thank you.
All right. Back to you, Chief Delaney.
Okay, next up, we have MGM Springfield's quarterly report, and we've got with us Gus Kim, Arlen Carballo, and Beth Ward, I believe. And I'll turn that right over to Gus.
All right. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate the introduction. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. As always, we're pleased to be here to present our results for Q2. You will note that Dan Miller is not with us on this presentation. He's on his way to the old country for a well-earned and well-deserved family vacation. So I will step in for him on the compliance piece. But more importantly, Dan is our tech guru, so I am tasked with sharing our screen. And so if I mess up, please bear with me and indulge me. So here we go. Let's see what we can do. Are you able to see the screen, the report?
We are.
Oh, perfect. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So here is our Q2 report, and I will turn this over to Arlen to start with our financial information.
Thanks, Gus, and good morning, everybody. As you can see, for the second quarter, we generated about $72 million in gross gaming revenues, which equated to about $18 million in taxes. In the next slide, we can see that for the year, we are at about $141 million in total gaming revenues, which equates to about $35 million in gaming taxes. The sportsbook has generated about $9,000 in taxes for the second quarter, and BetMGM generated $2.8 million in taxes. Our total lottery sales for the second quarter was $438,000, which represented a 26% increase year over year. And year to date, our lottery sales are at $837,000, which has representing a 10% increase year over year. That's on the next slide, Gus. Okay. Our total diversity spend for the second quarter was 1.1 million and it made up 60% of our total biddable spend. In the next slide, we can see that our total local spend made up 42% of our total biddable spend, or 2.8 million. And our total Massachusetts spend was 2.2 million and made up 48% of our total biddable spend. Some of the events our team attended was actually the Gaming Commission's Diverse and Small Vendor Opportunity Fair. The team really enjoyed this event and I received a lot of positive feedback from that event. They also attended the CWE Veterans Affairs Matchmaker as well as the GNE MSDC 2025 Supplier Diversity Golf Classic as well.
Okay, on the compliance piece, happy to report that for Q2, we had a total of 11 underage access. Compare that to 2024 of 75. So the same quarter year over year, we saw an 85% reduction in underage access, which I think speaks volumes to the effort that the team has made to try to bring that down as much as we can. We did have two minors intercepted on the gaming floor. The one in April was a 19-year-old female who leaned over from outside the rail and played a slot machine that was being played by her of-age boyfriend. The one from May was a 20-year-old who accessed the gaming floor using someone else's real ID. And if you'll note, this individual who used a real ID to access the gaming floor is actually the longest at 53 minutes having been on the gaming floor. We intercepted one minor consuming alcohol that was actually out on the plaza where an of-age adult bought a drink and handed off to a minor or an underage out in the plaza. But our security team was really quick to notice that and intercepted it almost immediately. So we are very pleased with what has happened. And also want to note that of the 11, 9 of them were between the ages of 18 and 20, and 2 were under 18 years old. I will turn it back over to Arlen for employment.
Thank you, Gus. Our total minority employees made up 53% of our workforce, veterans made up 5% of our workforce, and women made up 41% of our workforce. And the next slide, we can see some of our events that we continue to do regarding workforce and hiring initiatives. We continue to do our property tours. We continue to participate in career fairs. And I kind of want to quickly highlight some of the workforce development, specifically with Dress for Success. We participated in the Transferable Skills Workshop. This one specifically was focused on customer service, in which our team talks to the members on how customer service is a transferable skill from any other space that they've kind of worked in to our space. You know, for example, if you work at a gas station, you can kind of, do that customer service here just as much as kind of some of those places, as well as also kind of foot in the door. We participate in that. That is a 10-week course class group that helps women that are trying to return to the workforce as well. Thank you.
Sure. For community outreach and special events, I will turn it over to Beth.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to see everyone this morning. As usual, I get the fun stuff, so a lot to go through in Q2. Volunteers incredibly active in our community, as they always are. In Q2, we continue our volunteering with Loaves and Fishes and Friends of the Homeless by preparing and serving meals to those in need, both right up the street from properties. So we are very involved with those two, as we have been for a very long time. An event that we love to do, that we always say yes to, is partnering with the United Way Pioneer Valley to help those who are food insecure by setting up and helping them shop. Anyone who comes in, they can go in, choose what they need. It's such a great program, and we are very proud to once again partner with that. And we actually have another one coming up, so stay tuned on that. Revitalize CDC, you've heard me talk about this one before. This really gets our team going. We have dozens and dozens of team members who take part in this, along with hundreds of other volunteers throughout the city. We paint, garden, basically fix anything that is needed. Many of these homeowners that are identified, again, this is a neighborhood that was targeted right up the street from MGM Springfield. Many of them are veterans, and so we have a lot of our veteran contingent also part of our team. We love doing this. We already have the next one scheduled. And if we look on the next slide, you can see that Springfield Public Schools, we continue our involvement with them. We spruced up the gardens of a local elementary school, built new raised gardens, all in the pouring rain. We had students helping, staff helping. This was so much fun. We had a lot of team involvement on that as well. Memorial Day, you've also heard me talk about this. Memorial Day and Veterans Day, we always partnered with the city of Springfield to make sure that all the graves of those who served our country had a flag in place. So again, so much participation that we get on this event, and we will continue that as well. YMCA garden cleanup, kind of the same thing as the elementary school. This is a valued partnership that we have with the Y. So when they call, we come running. This is also part of their after school curriculum. So we're happy to be involved with that once again. We're also so excited to once again support our local zoo with their wine safari fundraiser. This is, I think, the 4th year that we've done this. And again, all of the proceeds from this go to their educational programs. On the next slide, we can see that to recap, in Q2, we served over 1,800 meals. So that has been consistent quarter over quarter. So proud about that. Hundreds of grocery bags distributed, again, with various partners. So we will continue with that through Q3. So stay tuned for more on that. And last but not least, we are thrilled to share that we allocated $160,000 in grants. And this is to local nonprofits that you see on this slide. Some of them are included. There's more to come on that next time, but we have some longtime partners on the list, and we also have some new ones. So very excited to be able to do that. It's always fun to give out some donations. If we want to move on now to entertainment, very busy in Q2 over at the Mass Mutual Center, AEW Collision. Massive turnout for this. It's worth noting it was televised live. Paw Patrol was back. Reyes Boxing was back. Packed house for that. Thunderbirds playoff action packed the arena. So many sellouts for that, and we are proud to be the presenting sponsor of that. Tom Segura was back. His Springfield performance, part of a Netflix special. So that was a lot of fun. Lego Brick Convention, that's something that we highlight because it brings thousands and thousands of people to downtown Springfield. The energy is amazing, so we are always proud to support that as well. Going on to the next slide, just some upcoming things that we have going on. Kind of backing up a little bit from Q2. Some have already happened, some are coming up, but very excited that these all got tremendous attendance, and we are looking forward to what's ahead. We want to go to the next slide. I wanted to take a moment. We wanted to highlight the WWE. We are so excited to bring John Cena in on his last tour. This is a little peek of something that's coming up in September. But again, this is a huge thing that we are proud to. He's only picked a few cities for this last and final tour for Monday Night Raw. And Springfield is one of them. We expect to have more people in the Mass Mutual Center than we've ever had before. Already we're predicting a sellout, so stay tuned for that. I had to put in the slide. In full disclosure, not a huge WWE fan, but I do know what it means to so many people and what it's going to mean to the city of Springfield.
Mr. Chairman, may I interrupt?
Commissioner Hill.
Beth, if you go, you will become a WWE fan. As there is no better entertainment at one of these facilities than WWE wrestling, I'll tell you.
You know, I had a feeling you might chime in with that, but yeah, our GM over at the Mass Mutual Center tells me the same thing. So I'm going to go. I'll report back, let you know what I think.
Mr. Chairman, while we're on the topic, just to put a little bit more of flavor on it. So one of the reasons why this John Cena thing is a big deal is because he is retiring, and in the interest of promoting local artist, John Cena hails from West Newbury, Massachusetts. So he is a local guy. That puts an even bigger exclamation point on this event.
And
It does. I would add to that, he is also a Springfield College graduate.
No,
and
I did not know that.
Yeah.
one last fun fact is that at a WrestleMania recently, he wore sneakers bearing the name Kowloon and to represent the North Shore. So he's a proud North Shore resident, and that's awesome. You know what? This is one worth going to.
Which begs the
While
question,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
which begs the question to our legal counsel, are we allowed to buy tickets to this event or not? However, I'll find that offline.
While we're heaping praise on John Cena, I do note that he has become quite a good action movie star. I've seen some of his older movies streaming on Netflix or Prime, and they're quite entertaining. So in addition to being a wonderful and obviously an iconic wrestler, he's made quite a name for himself as a movie star as well. So we're proud of John Cena as a local boy.
Either way you look at it, it's going to be great. And tickets are going fast, so might look into that sooner than later. All right, looking at the next slide, Q2 entertainment at MGM Springfield and Symphony Hall. In Q2 over at Symphony Hall, Aria Ballroom, some great shows that pack the house that you see on their screen there. Our Free Music Fridays outdoor summer concert series on the plaza kicked off and is once again a huge success. We are so excited to see the plaza packed each and every Friday. That continues through September, but there's nothing like live music under the stars, and they continue to bring a couple thousand people every Friday to property and to downtown Springfield. So that's been a lot of fun. Teresa Caputo, Ryan Adams, Taylor Swift was a huge success, so that was a lot of fun. If we want to go to the next slide, just a few things to mention that we're looking forward to. Matt Frazier, Snooki and Joey. Who knew? But we expect that to be a sellout. There's a huge buzz around that. Aaron Lewis is coming back, always a sellout. Comedian Eddie Griffin is coming. Croce Plays Croce is back once again. And Air Supply is coming to Symphony Hall in November. So as I always say, stay tuned, much more to come, but we are very proud of our Q2. And that brings us to the end. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner.
One more editorial comment about the upcoming events. It is great to see that UMass and BC will be playing a game at the Civic Center. It's been a long time since Boston College mustered up the fortitude to be willing to play UMass. So this is a nice change to the scheduling involving our two local teams.
Fact not lost on us as well. We're very excited about that.
All right. Questions, commissioners? Beth, you're right. You always get the fun stuff.
Not complaining. Love talking about it. I could go on forever, as sometimes I do, as you know. I try to keep it brief, but a lot to talk about.
All right. Well, if we have no questions, thank you, Gus, Arlen, and Beth. Anything else on this matter before you move on, Chief Delaney?
Nope, I think we're all set with the quarterly reports.
All right. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, so next up we have our discussion of the fiscal year 2027 Community Mitigation Fund. And as we do each year, we kind of compile questions that arise over the course of the year and bring them to the commission to give us some guidance on how to address them in the guidelines. Obviously, this year, the big thing that we need to deal with is the amount of money that's available to the Community Mitigation Fund. It's significantly reduced from the previous 2 years. So as of right now, we have about 5.9 million available for next year. We will be fine tuning that amount with Derek and going through the finances, but we feel pretty good about that number right now. It could go up a little bit, could go down a little bit, but once we finalize it, but we feel pretty good about that. And what that essentially amounts to is it's 30% of what we anticipated putting out last year and the year before. So clearly, there's going to need to be some significant reductions in grants to the communities, to the regional agencies, and so on. And I included a fairly extensive memo, and I'm not going to go through every point in the memo. There's a lot of facts and figures in there, and we had 2x2, so I think everyone's familiar with the contents of that. But I think to boil it all down, what we're really asking is for the commission's input really on 4 issues. One is, how should the funds be split among the regions? And the second question is that once we determine that, within the regions, how much money do we want to spend on the communities? And how much money do we want to spend on the regional agencies? And then thirdly is, do we want to make any changes to eligibilities for the municipalities? And then lastly is, do we want to make any changes to the eligibility of regional agencies? So those are really the 4 sort of key issues. So last week, we held our LCMAC meetings to get input from Regions A and Region B. And, you know, some of the comments were a little bit all over the place, but sort of the consensus view that we took away from that was that both regions felt that the main focus of the funds should be on the municipalities, with and then the second thing is that the focus should be less on the regional agencies. But both regions did feel that the workforce grants were still very important. But you know, with the LCMACs, I mean, some of the comments were that, you know, the money should just go to the host communities. Some of the comments were that the money should stay in Region A. Some of the comments were that the Category 2 area should be eliminated. Other comments said that no money should go towards regional agencies. So those are all sort of individual comments, but there was no real consensus among those particular comments. But other than those really 2 things, is that the focus should be on municipalities and not on regional agencies, but that the workforce grants are still important. So I think with that, I guess why don't we talk about each of the 4 questions, and I'll just sort of open it up to the commission for some input. And I think the other thing is, we don't necessarily have to have decisions today. If you want to think about this and evaluate it a little bit, we could come back either on the 4th of September or even the 11th of September and do that. If you need more information from us, if you want us to run scenarios, we can do all of those things. So there's no real pressure to get to a decision today if you choose not to. If you're ready to, that's great. But so the first one is, how should the funds be split among the regions? So if you look at the last 2 years of the block grant program, essentially about 66% of the money went to Region A, about 30% of the money went to Region B, and about 4% of the money went to the Category 2 facility. Well, Category 2 communities, I should say. So I guess with that, you know, there's the options that you have. I mean, it's really up to you on how you want to do that. And I guess I'll just kind of open that up for some discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chief Delaney. Thank you. So Commissioner Hill, I know we have several questions, but I do just want to say that I want to focus on the fact that we are going to have to make some changes given the money. And Commissioner Hill, with that, what are you thinking?
So are we going to take each of the 4 separately, or should I just make a blanket statement right now?
I'm kind of feeling like, you know, it would probably be better for the meeting if we just kind of gave our opinions on where we are. We know the questions. I know we've all had the opportunity to talk to Joe. So if that's what you're feeling, that's how I'm feeling.
And that's fine. We don't have to go through them one by one. That's not absolutely necessary. But any way you want to do it is fine with me.
Thank you, Joe. We appreciate that. Commissioner Hill.
So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I think many of you already know how I feel about the program and how it's worked the last couple of years. And I think it's worked very, very well, where we have a certain amount of money and we implement those dollars into a formula. And then that formula spits out the amount of dollars to the communities and to our workforce development and things of that sort. In terms of the regions, Joe, if Region A gets this amount of money for this year, I believe that's where the money should go. Same with B, same with category 2.
So using those same percentages?
Yes.
Okay.
I can make this even easier. I don't think we should change anything from the last year to this year. I think it ran well. The dollars that are available are there because of legislative changes, not because of decisions that we made. So with the dollars that are there, we take the money, we put it into the formula, and that's the grant program for next year. Again, we just talked about the regions stuff. The program's the program. This is what we adopted. It's worked well, I think, the block grant formula that we set up. It is what it is. I mean, I think it's a great program. The dollars that are there are not because of our doing. It's because of the legislature needed the funds to help with the budget. I understood that and I accept that. But, with that said, that only leaves us with, what we have left. So I'm fine with running the program exactly the way we ran it this year with the dollars that we have left. So I don't think I can be any clearer than that.
Thank you. I will always argue that the legislature has, they know what they're doing and they do it for a reason, right?
But they needed the dollars. I mean, they had to close a gap, and we weren't the only ones, by the way. Because we're here in this agency, it makes it sound like they only came after us. There were other dollars that had to be taken from other agencies as well to close a gap that needed to be closed. And as a former legislator, I know exactly what they needed to do. It wasn't they wanted, they needed to do it. So I appreciate that.
And we always have an opportunity to optimize the program, though, to ensure that we're spending the money in the best way we can. Commissioner Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Hill, for getting the conversation started. Though I don't think am ready to make a decision today, but certainly if we can get to consensus, that's fine. But I am starting initially right about where you are, Commissioner Hill. And, I think that will be the path of least resistance. I mean, we can configure the program guidelines in numerous ways, and none of those ways, in each of those ways, I'll say it this way, one community or another, one region or another will get the short end of the stick, if you will, right? And so, not to take sides, not to pit communities against each other, and not to, have them jockey for the funding, because we know and understand that each one of their causes, each one of these projects that they are bound to put before us are worth funding. It's just there's limited funding, as we all know, which is why we're having this conversation. And I would hate to get into a sort of a popularity contest or have the responsibility of making the determination of which project is more worthy. I just would rather not go down that road. So that's where I am at the outset. Can be convinced otherwise. I think for me, this conversation is to see where my fellow commissioners are and really just have a healthy discussion about what we think should happen going forward. But right now, I don't think we should be tinkering with the program at all. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. I agree with your point on the popularity contest piece. Is we need to make sure that every issue is judged on its merits, and every application. And God knows I've never won a beauty contest. So thank you, Commissioner Broder.
Oh, my mic wasn't off or on, but that's, I mean, probably a little bit more, I think we're gonna have to make hard decisions, and we've always seen, well, in my brief time, I should say, I've only been through one round, but I've been in government and making, kind of budgetary decisions and choices for a long time. There's always more need than there is capacity to fill the need. And I think in this context where the amount of funding is so dramatically reduced for very good reasons, as Commissioner Hill said, it's kind of our job is to make hard choices when these resources dwindle. And I do get concerned about if we just try to do the same thing, we're going to be giving some communities really and programs de minimis amounts, because, and I would hate for that to be just because we don't want to pull the trigger, right? So, a community or a program that's used to getting, pick a number, 100 grand, that goes down to roughly 30 grand. Well, that makes it easy on us, but there might not be value there at $30,000 as opposed to $100,000. So I don't think I would love for it to be easy, but I think it's going to be very hard to make it easy. That's kind of my opener.
Sorry about that, Commissioner Broder. I was watching your face, so not the mic. So that was on me.
Not a problem at all.
All right, and then I want to make sure. Any other comments on this? So
Mr. Chair,
I'll make my comment.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. I was trying to make sure that Commissioner O'Brien didn't have a comment. I think the highest and best use of the funds is how we should use it. I did share with you, Chief Delaney, yesterday that I would have some sort of information or some sort of line that would allow us, if we have a project that isn't of a higher use than another project, that we would be able to kind of move those funds, I think, to both Commissioner Skinner and Commissioner Broder's points earlier. I'm going to reserve kind of my final decision. So I think Commissioner Skinner was there. I think Commissioner Broder was there too. Would like to circle back with you, Chief Delaney, but it should be the highest and best use. And I also want to point out that the legislature and the governor did make this, a one-year sweep. Again, I understand that it's happened now in 2 cycles, but there is an opportunity for the money to be restored. And there are a lot of communities that rely on this money. And so, I want to make sure that everything we're doing keeps in mind that there's a possibility that the fund could be restored, and that we think about it that way too, and that we ensure that it's ran in a way that isn't necessarily a close down, but business as usual with less funding. That's how I would view it. So with that said, that's my comment. Chief Delaney.
Yeah, so I think, what I've heard certainly from Commissioners Hill and Skinner is that if we sort of just shrunk our program and used the same formulas that we used before, we could do that. So certainly with the municipal block grants, that's a pretty simple calculation. The regional agency grants are a little bit more complicated because sometimes, we say, for instance, that DA's offices are eligible to come in. We could get 5 of them to come in, or we could get 2 of them to come in. So, and we also have kind of limited them to $100,000. So if we don't sort of put some guardrails around some of the numbers, we could get more applications. And then again, to your point, Chair, then we could sort of, if that happened, we could prioritize which ones we think are the best, or we could reduce the amounts of grants and so on and so forth. So I think as you're thinking about this, the regional agency grant is a little bit more difficult than the municipal block grant. because we don't know exactly who's going to come in. We don't say that these 5 entities are eligible and those are the 5 that are going to come in, which is what we do with the communities. So the evaluation and award of those grants might be a little bit more difficult. And what we could do on the municipal grant side is just have it as a bit more of a free-for-all. People submit applications, we rate them, we rank them. But then again, now if you're comparing a workforce to public safety, we're talking apples and oranges. So it just gets a little bit more difficult if we don't say sort of this is who gets the money and this is the sort of the maximum amount that they can get. I'm not saying it can't be done. It just makes it a little bit more difficult.
Anything else on this matter?
Nope, I think that's it.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Skinner.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Joe.
Oh, no,
Before
all right.
I didn't know if you were giving your closing wrap up or not, but just looking ahead, because I hear both you, Chair, and Commissioner Broder in your desire to get the highest and best use for these funds to communities. I think just posing a question, is there anything or what should we be looking to help us, evaluate, what kinds of projects we deem the highest and best use from communities, where we should be placing priority over, projects, because I think the point that Commissioner Broder made is a really good one. And he and I were in the 2x2 together. If there is a really significant project that's going to, blow all of the other projects out of the water, you don't want to be, I don't want to be in a position, and I don't think either of you do either, and nor does Commissioner Hill, of denying the full funding because we have drawn this hard and fast rule that we are going to stick to the guidelines that we've set out for the program. That being said, I'm not backing off of my original position. I think it's definitely worth some additional discussion, but I wonder what we should be asking, or what Joe and his team has to offer along the lines of, to help us understand what makes sense as we consider which projects that, we should be, putting at the top of the pile versus others.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Skinner, for that. And I just want to say I agree with you. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. And through you to Commissioner Skinner, I think I can answer your question. It's subjective. It's 5 different opinions. That's why it comes before us for votes. And that's why, let's go back a couple of years, why we changed this to a block grant, is we wanted, to take some of that subjectivity out of the equation when it came before us, a little bit. But what you believe to be important, what I believe to be important, could be two very different things. And that's the issue that's before us. That's why I believe we should keep it the way it is because it takes the subjectivity out of the equation. But I appreciate the chair's opinion on this and Commissioner Broder's, that there may be some projects that as a commission, we do believe rise to the top. But we, as of today, that subjectivity is, not really part of the equation at our level. And even at Joe's level and the staff's level, here are the dollars. How do you want to spend them? And we make sure that they qualify. It isn't really, is this a great project or isn't it a great project? It's, do you qualify for the funds as written? So that would be my answer to your question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman, to reflect a little bit more, like I stand by everything I said, and I think we're having a very good conversation. the flip side of, I saw the, the downside sorry about that, of what I said is I don't want to have a free-for-all. Joe mentioned that word, and I understand why. And that, that we have to figure out some guardrails, whatever they may be, given the new fiscal reality. And I will apologize. The landline goes off about once every month and a half, and that happens to be where I'm sitting right now. And we should get rid of
it was a
it.
fax machine.
Commissioner, you and I are among the last 12 people in America that have landlines.
No doubt. The only thing I used to use it for is to find my cell phone, but now, I can have someone else do that. But I digress. My apologies.
Well, there's a good chance that your car's extended warranty has expired. So hopefully they'll leave a message to that effect. I agree, Commissioner Broder and Commissioner Hill. I understand and appreciate what you're saying. And I think the reason I want to table this in my head is I think there's a middle ground between laying out a set of ground rules. I gave an example. Commissioner O'Brien and I were in a 2x2 together, and I gave an example. I'll share it. If there was an impact that was, let's say, painting a sidewalk, and then there's an impact that affects public safety, we wouldn't judge those impacts the same. I think even all five of us, even with our different, viewpoints. And so I wanted flexibility, and I hope we get flexibility to say, all right, clearly this project, right, is a higher and better use of the funds over another project. And so maybe it's, level set some ground rules, but then also have some ability to make those decisions, because we like to do that. The commission likes to weigh in, and I can't think of this is my fourth cycle now, anytime where we've not put our stamp on the decisions that were made and kind of change it up a little. So if we can table it, just the highest and best use, and maybe we can even talk about, Commissioner Skinner, certain types of projects that we consider a higher best use, to your point earlier about, at least how do we start making decisions. I can think for sure of several projects where we've just been really excited to fund them. So, Chief Delaney.
Okay, so I think we'll probably, would you want to bring this back on the 4th maybe, or the 11th? Either one works.
Maybe the 11th.
The 11th, but like at that point, we will definitely need some pretty good firm decisions so that we can start crafting the guidelines. But yeah, so that will work fine. I think what I will do a little bit more work. I think in your packet, we have some charts that show what the municipal block grants would be if we basically did 30% of what they got last year, and that calculation is pretty easy. And then I think what we need to look at is on the regional agency grants. I said like that might be a little bit more of a come in with applications, and we may not be able to give you all the money that you ask for or whatever. We kind of look at the applications that we get for that region and sort of prioritize them. And I think one of the things that we're trying to do is that, some of these things on the regional agency grants, for instance, the workforce grants, if we just did a straight percentage, would go from 750,000 down to 275,000. Or 225,000, whatever the number is exactly. That's that's a huge reduction. And I'm just thinking like with the culinary programs and everything that's doing, cutting down the number of cohorts and so on. And I guess if the commission has flexibility to increase that and decrease other ones, whatever it might be, that might make more sense on the regional agency grants. But I think the municipal block grant, if we're sticking with that, that's fairly easy to do.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your diligence.
Okay, and that completes our items for today.
Thank you. We appreciate it. All right. I need a quick break before we move on to the next topic. Can we reconvene around 12? All right. Thank you. All right. Connor, I think we can take this down. Give everyone a second to get on. Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner Broder. Okay, everyone's starting to pop up. All right. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Since we're holding this meeting virtually, we will do a roll call. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill. That was a he's here.
Hello, I'm here.
There we go. Good afternoon, Commissioner Skidder.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Commissioner Broder.
I am here, sir.
All right. So we have made it to item number 5. And for that, we actually have 2 sub-items. We'll kick it over to Dr. Lightbound, who's the Director of Racing.
Good afternoon. The first item on the agenda for us today is the request from Plainridge to replace the July 23rd day of racing that was canceled due to the extreme heat and humidity, and race it on September 1st. I've checked with our staff, and they are able to accommodate this change. And Steve O'Toole is on the meeting as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Skinner.
just a question, Dr. Lightbound. Is it July 23rd or June 23rd? I see the 2 dates. It's kind of referenced at different places.
I believe it was July 23rd.
Okay.
Is Steve on? If Steve wants to comment.
I am. I don't actually have it in front of me, Alex, but it was the it was in June. The day was in June.
Okay, the day was in June. Okay.
Yeah.
So June 23rd. Okay, thanks for the clarification. Just there, it's 2 different places in the memo. Or there's 2 different dates in the memo, rather. And then,
No.
Oh, actually, the memo even talks about an August date. So
Yes, I noticed that this morning. Apparently the cut and paste didn't go too well on that one.
yeah. All right.
Well, we know it wasn't August 23rd.
Because it's
Right.
not here yet.
We know that.
It was definitely, I just looked it up. It was definitely June 23rd. Yep.
June 23rd. All right. Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make the motion if my fellow commissioners are.
Commission.
I move that the commission approve Plain Ridge Park Casino's request to reschedule the race day previously scheduled for June 23rd, 2025 to September 1st, 2025.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. All
Thank you.
right. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, our next item on the racing agenda is the Raynham request for approval of Churchill Platforms, Twin Spires, and DK Horse as ADW vendors. We do have members from Raynham, Churchill, Suffolk, Plainridge, and the New England HBPA on the meeting today if commissioners have questions for them. And now I'll turn it over to Justin Stempeck.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm happy to tee this one up once again. So this came back before you on July 1st when the request had initially come in, and we were getting a lot of information very rapidly right before that meeting. So we had a fairly robust discussion at that time. We didn't make a decision on the first. We asked for further commentary by the relevant racing licensees, including the specific questions that you'll find in my memorandum that's attached to the packet here today. We did receive quite a few comments from the various racing licensees by way of letter and email. Those are all also attached to the packet. So what we have here today for you to decide upon is, as Director Lightbound mentioned, the request to approve Churchill Downs. And I would posit that the question before you is whether the approval of Churchill Downs would also include the limits that are in the simulcasting statute and whether those limits would apply to ADW with respect to this approval. And that's sort of set forth in question number 1 in my memo. And the memo is an attempt to sort of summarize the various party positions. Those are set forth at greater length, obviously, in the original submissions. But you can see sort of where the parties sort of fall in this analysis. And there was a couple ancillary questions that came up or were raised by parties as well. But the primary question is the approval of Churchill as an ADW provider and whether those limitations would also apply. But I'm happy to answer any questions, or I believe most of the, if not all, of the licensees are present today. If you have specific questions for any of them.
Thank you, Councilor Stembeck. Questions, commissioners? Just to clarify, Councilor Stembeck, it's legal's opinion that that's the best read of the statute that the two statutes that we can put together, correct?
Yeah, the legal opinion that I concluded after spending quite a bit of time with this, after speaking to outside counsel on this, and after discussing ad nauseum with Director Lightbound, is that those limitations in 128C, the simulcast statute, are pulled into the ADW statute by way of the language in 128A section 5C. I think that comports with a consistent reading statutory interpretation, and it would be very strange to try and reach a different conclusion.
All right. Commissioners, any further questions? I don't think I have anything further.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill?
let me just say this publicly, to the staff and to all those who commented on this issue. I thank you. This was something new to us in a sense, and a lot of information was given to us over the last couple of weeks. And it's truly appreciated, from at least one, and I know all, to be honest, all the input that we've taken in to get to where we are today and get to the decision that was made from our legal counsel. So with that said, unless there's somebody that wants to make any more comments, I am ready to make a motion.
Any further discussion?
Chair, this is Michael Maurizio. I'm counsel to Rainham. We'd like to make a comment if the commission would allow us to.
You are allowed to make your comment.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for spending the time on this. We recognize that the commission wears very different hats throughout the gaming industry in the Commonwealth. And those different hats are very complex in and of themselves. And it's quite often very difficult to go back to, if you will, the parimutuel regulations, the parimutuel statutes, when you're spending so much time as necessary on the more complex industries of casinos and so forth. But I must respectfully disagree with General Counsel's summation that a right of a licensee is a restriction. Let me begin by pointing out, and again, this has come about in piecemeal conversations or questions, as opposed to a complete discussion of this issue. Rainham, along with the old Wonderland licensee and Suffolk Downs, starting around 2011, became in effect simulcast operators. With respect to Wonderland and Rainham, Section 92 of Chapter 194 of the Acts of 2011 superseded not only Section 2 of Chapter 128C that General Counsel has mentioned, but all other special laws and that applied in the past to this whole live racing and simulcast structure. It says specifically in section 92, quote, notwithstanding section 2 of chapter 128A of the general laws and sections 1, 2, and 2A of chapter 128C of the general laws, so that covers 128C, section 2, or any other general or special law, rule, or regulation to the contrary. And it goes on to mention us and the former Wonderland licensee. Shall remain licensed as Greyhound Racing meeting licensees until a particular date. That date keeps being moved out. Provided, however, that the days between January 1 and December 31 of each year shall be dark days pursuant to chapter 128C. The reason for that legislative structure, and I've been doing this now for it'll be 30 years this winter that I've been involved in this legislation. The reason it was done like that is because, one of many, section 2 of chapter 128C has a lot of what you've called restrictions to simulcasting. For example, you can't simulcast even on a dark day unless you've already submitted and received the approval of a certain number of live racing dates from what was the Racing Commission, now the Gaming Commission. That doesn't work because we're all not running live. And the simulcast rights, which gave minimum rights, that all came about over time because of the constant battle, mostly between Wonderland and Suffolk, dog and horsemen, over who's patrons or who's cannibalizing, if you will, the live racing patrons of each other. Revere's Wonderland track was just a mile or two down the road from Suffolk Downs at the time. And so the legislature put together the minimum rights in recognition of this live racing conflict that was principally between Wonderland and Suffolk Downs. All of that's gone away. There's no more live racing. There's no more in those areas. There's no more conflict between one track, cannibalizing the patrons from another track. That doesn't exist anymore. So I would point out that under the commission's authority, under 128C, that it has complete authority. Looking at section 8 of 128C, the commission has, quote, full authority to issue all the rules and regulations it wishes in order to implement chapter 128C. Full authority. So I would submit to the commission that not only has the rights, which were minimum rights, the commission could always grant greater rights, but it had this competitive edge to it that it had to balance. But that's gone. So the commission has full authority to give more simulcasting rights to any licensee than what used to be in section 2. Notwithstanding, again, that section 2 has been superseded by the statute that I cited. In addition, I would point out that we already have approval to accept simulcast signals. That's 3 pages worth of signals that we submitted back in December of last year and was approved. There's no restriction on that approval. So, it's our position. We already have the commission's approval to simulcast all those simulcast signals that we listed last December. And the commission, lastly, not to repeat myself, but the commission is not constrained by section 2 at all. What's here is the very narrow regulatory lane, if you will, of approving a new service provider. If the commission was to look at section 9 of chapter 128, it says the commission shall prescribe rules and regulations under which betting accounts for account wagering shall be established, maintained, and operated. In this role that we've asked the commission to give its blessing to, you're looking at the betting account system that we have, which has already been approved. Churchill Downs has already been approved for years in its system of controlling betting accounts. Simulcasting does not affect our request to approve Churchill Downs to be our new service provider. That's a very narrow regulatory rule that we asked the commission to recognize and approve. I don't know under what basis the commission could not approve Churchill Downs coming and being our service provider under the same rules that Suffolk Downs has had. I understand the general counsel's issues with section 2, but A, that's not part of the account wagering system. That's a part of the simulcasting operation. We already have approval to simulcast 3 pages worth of simulcast signals. And section 2 of chapter 128C has been completely superseded by the legislature, giving us a license to continue to simulcast as if every day is a dark day, even though none of us run live anymore. So we would ask that the commission just simply approve the Churchill Downs as our new service provider. And if there's some other issues to talk about simulcasting, that ought to be a separate discussion in more detail, where we can, answer any questions the commission has, provide more information, so that it's clearly understood along the lines that I just described. So we appreciate the time, but I think it's very, very important to keep the regulatory lanes clean and clear.
Chair, if you want me to address one legal point, I'm happy to do so.
Councilor Stempic, I first want to say thank you, Councilor, for your view. It is what you reduced to writing, right? We have had a copy of your argument there.
Somewhat. I mean, this is sort of an informal process of, there's a question and you don't really know the full scope of what's being considered. And so, some of it was in the writing. But for example, we didn't point out that section 2 of chapter 128C has been superseded by special legislation.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Councilor Stempic?
Chair and Commissioners, I'd just like to point out that I think the struggle that we were focused on is the language of 128A section 5C, where when it's speaking to advanced deposit wagering, it specifically says, as a licensee is otherwise authorized to accept in accordance with this chapter, referring to 128A section 5C and chapter 128C. So the advanced deposit wagering statute specifically calls out the simulcast statute and says you're allowed to offer wagers in accordance with the advanced deposit wagering statute and with those limitations as in the simulcast statute. So I think it's a difficult read to say that the legislature, when they crafted that language, should not mean to pull in the limitations in the simulcast statute into the advanced deposit wagering process. And with respect to any grant of an approval in a prior year, there's a reason why the commission brings approvals every year for ADW, and it's so that we can examine these issues every year and make sure we're comfortable with the interpretation. So I would just leave it at that.
I may, Commissioner, to help elaborate on that. There is, under section 5C, there are different roles that the commission has at different times. Its regulatory function vis-a-vis approving service providers has nothing to do with simulcasting. It just doesn't. The ability, what that section of 5C talks to is it makes it crystal clear that because there's a prohibition in 5C on off-track betting, it makes it crystal clear that you can conduct account wagering in conjunction with simulcasting without violating the law against off-track betting. But when the commission's own regulations, just look at them. There's nothing in the regulations under section 6.20 that says, you have to examine the licensee's simulcasting schedule before you can approve a service provider who's only providing betting accounts. They're two different things. I'm not saying that the commission doesn't look to the simulcast issue when it's regulating simulcasting. But today, we're not regulating simulcasting. We're simply asking a new service provider to be approved. And when I mentioned the simulcast schedule, that's not last year. That's this year, right now. It's approved December 16th, I think it was, 2024 for the current year. We have 3 pages worth of simulcast signals that are approved. There's no restriction on how many signals each day. It's already approved. But happy to have that conversation separately, if the commission would like, about simulcasting, because you have to understand the superseding legislation that was passed in 2011. You have to understand the background of Section 2 and the competition that was there, because the legislature, in its wisdom, always wanted to have the horsemen and support them, support the running horse program above all else. And so when there was this competition for patrons, again, principally Revere and Suffolk Downs and East Boston, that's where minimum rights were inserted. The other point that I put out in the letter, again, not in great detail, but I've been around for a long, long time. I remember the old legislation that said the Racing Commission could approve up to a certain number. And there was a constant battle because of that competition I've described with patrons about how many race dates, and therefore simulcast dates, each track should get. The legislature said enough of this. They had a study and they did away with that system. And they gave everybody a minimum guaranteed floor with certain restrictions. But the Racing Commission and the Gaming Commission was free to do more if it felt it was necessary. But the 2011 legislation superseded all of that because Section 2 is full of conflicts that don't apply anymore, such as the requirement to actually run live. You can't simulcast under Section 2. That's one of the restrictions, unless you have a live racing schedule that's been approved. So how can the commission, this commission, say, well, we're going to treat part of Section 2 as a restriction that still applies, but ignore the rest of Section 2, which has restrictions, because they're not going to apply? You can't take that conflicting position, with all due respect. That the 2011 special legislation eliminated all of that. All we have to do is make sure we conduct simulcast wagering, the betting and the parimutuel operation, in the way that the commission wants. But the number of signals are not limited. And I would submit in closure that there's no real public interest to limit the number of signals. Why? We were trying to build up the industry. Why would the commission want to choke back our business or any of the other licensees' businesses? There's no public benefit to that. It's a detriment. We're trying to build the industry, not destroy it. So I would ask the commission to consider those issues. Thank you.
Thank
Chairman,
you,
if I may.
Thank you, Councilor. Commissioner Broder.
So we're in the midst of a robust debate, and we're not sure what the terms of the debate are because we haven't heard Commissioner Hill's motion. I would very much like to hear what Commissioner Hill is going to move. And then I think we can, to the extent further conversation or debate is necessary, we can have it in the context of a motion.
Yeah, that's sounds like a mayor speaking, Commissioner Broder. All right, so you know what? I see Mr. Barnett and Mr. O'Toole both went off their mute, but I think that's a really good idea. Let's see what Commissioner Hill was thinking, and then what I will actually do is I will open it for further discussion. Commissioner Hill, what were you going to propose?
I was going to approve the granting of this without restrictions. We need to discuss this further, and I don't want to hurt the business that's currently there. We've already allowed signals to be adopted, whether we made a mistake or didn't make a mistake on allowing it to move forward. We did allow it, and we can always come back and fix this in the next round of approvals. But I think for today, and I appreciate Justin's work on this, and I actually probably more agree with him than I don't. But I think for reasons that have been brought to our attention and the fact that we've already allowed signals to come forward without restrictions, I just don't know how we can move forward putting restrictions on this. And again, we need to bring this back. We need to have a bigger conversation on that. We may have to look at our regulations, but for today's purposes and moving forward and let's getting this business, moving and grooving, I was going to move to allow it without restrictions, with the caveat, we're going to bring this back for a further discussion. So that's where I'm at.
So that helps frame the conversation. So thank you, Commissioner Broder, for doing that, and Commissioner Hill for explaining. I see that Mr. Barnett's mute is off, and then I'll go to Mr. O'Toole after that. Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I don't want to repeat what we put in our letter, and I'm going to try to avoid doing that. I did want to make a couple of points relative to Mr. Maurizio's presentation. One on his view of the history of why the restrictions came about, being driven mostly by dynamic between Suffolk Downs and Wonderland, isn't consistent with the fact that in 128C Section 2, the legislature put significant restrictions on thoroughbred simulcasts by not just Wonderland, but also the Raynham Taunton licensees who are not geographically close. The other point that I think we need to keep in mind, and this cuts across all of the work that the commission does, is that in general in Massachusetts, wagering is illegal unless there is an exception. And Section 5C does more than simply give the commission a role in providing an account wagering, in approving an account wagering provider. It also authorizes account wagering at all, right? In the absence of Section 5C, you can make a wager at a window at a racetrack in Massachusetts, and that's it. So Section 5C is important as the source of the right to conduct a wager through an account. And at the notion that the as otherwise authorized by Chapter 128C either doesn't mean anything or only means that it imports the taxes and commissions and fees, doesn't make sense in view of the fact that the ADW statute, Section 5C, really contemplates a licensee doing its own account wagering rather than doing an ADW provider. Certainly it authorizes ADW providers, and that's how most people have done it. But if account wagering were unlimited, then a person could walk up to a window at a racing licensee, and if they had an account, make a wager on any race of any type, horse at the time that it was adopted, or dog, or harness, or thoroughbred. But if they didn't have an account, they wouldn't be able to place a wager on any kind of race they wanted because they'd be stuck with the simulcast limitations. And that doesn't make any sense as a statutory construct to have. My final point would be this, at least at this point. Section 92 of the Expanded Gaming Act, which authorizes Raynham and Wonderland to continue their licensing. What it does, the operative language says that the licensee shall be, I'm sorry, the entity shall remain licensed as a racing meeting licensee. That doesn't expand its rights beyond what it had when it was a racing meeting licensee by virtue of filing an annual application. It's still subject to the wagering restrictions of 128A and 128C. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. I'm going to go to you, Mr. O'Toole, but let me make sure that the commissioners don't have any clarifying questions for Mr. Barnett first. Commissioner Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know that this is a clarifying question. It's really, you know, we're hearing the legal arguments, which I'm still trying to work through. You know, I'm sympathetic to both sides. Can someone just very fundamentally break down for me the business sense here, right? I mean, what are the advantages and disadvantages for, you know, the restrictions versus, or, you know, enforcing the restrictions versus, you know, allowing the ADW providers to continue in the fashion that the commission has approved before, you know, previously. That's the piece that's missing for me. And I get that, you know, there are two sides of this, but if someone can just kind of bring that home for me, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. Actually, Counselor, let me ask, if you don't mind, Dr. Lightbound, would you like to, I know that came up in our 2x2, would you like to start by addressing it or go to the person you think would be best to address it?
Sure, I'll make an attempt, and then if anybody else wants to join in. I took just a random schedule from Raynham, and obviously if they're working with Churchill, there may be other signals that are available. But just on an average day, you know, it's like a chef at a restaurant trying to prepare a menu. They see what tracks are racing on a particular day. They decide which ones would bring them the most economic, favorably results, and they decide which ones they're going to use. So on some days, it looked like Raynham would have been in compliance with the current statutes. On other days, they had maybe 2 or 3 more thoroughbred tracks than they would, but even the language restrictions are fairly open, that, you know, they can have 6 signals when Suffolk's not racing, which right now is all the time. And in addition to 2 California signals, and that's, you know, before the 4 p.m. And then obviously there's unrestricted after 6 p.m. So it would restrict it some. What it might mean, and Churchill may want to expand on this, but what it might mean is that they didn't include some of the thoroughbred signals that weren't having as much heavily betting on them, and stick with some of the larger markets that do have heavy betting on them. And whether people would spend that betting money on those bigger tracks, and it would be the same amount of money going through there and just not on the smaller tracks, you know, that could be it. If I could just bring up one other thing quickly. When the commission approves the simulcast signals at usually in December for the following year, those signals are sort of the universe of signals that the tracks are requesting for the next year. They are not requesting a certain schedule. There is no schedule that is submitted then, and the commission is not approving a schedule. A lot of those tracks may not ever be simulcasted by our Massachusetts tracks, but the entities include those so that they're not constantly coming back to us and saying, oh, we decided we'd like to take this signal now. So they pick, you know, they try to include anything that they might use. So just to bring that into this conversation, that's a completely separate issue.
Can I clarify my question, Chair?
Yes.
Why would one licensee take issue with another licensee's signals? What am I missing here?
Who would like to take that one?
I could take that one, Mr. Chairman. No,
All
I
right.
could take that one, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and then I want to, Mr. Maurizio, I do want to go back to you. I'm going to allow Mr. O'Toole to answer Commissioner Skinner's question.
So going back, and Attorney Barnett is exactly right. This really isn't a two-sided. There isn't two sides to this story. There's actually four sides to this story. And so when this legislation was adopted, it was agreed by the four licensees: Wonderland, Raynham, Suffolk, and Plainridge, that restrictions would be in place to protect each breed and each other's locations to each other. So we had restrictions when Suffolk was going live. We had restrictions when Raynham and Wonderland were going live. The restrictions went back and forth between the licensees, and the reason for the restrictions was to protect the live product and the simulcasting product at your facilities for the fair and delicate balance of the interests of each licensee, due to the amount of cost there was to run the particular meets. The Suffolk meet was very heavy in cost to run the meet. Our costs were in the middle, and the Greyhound business was a much lower cost to run a dog racing meeting licensee. And so that was kind of the premise for the deal that was made, and all four licensees agreed to that with the legislation that was passed back in 2001, 2002. And the proximities of the racetracks to each other would, so if we could offer signals that Raynham cannot offer, then our customers here would come here to bet those signals if they could not wager on them at Raynham. So it would give each licensee the competitive angle that everyone agreed to. And so you fast forward to today, and it's really out of balance today, because there's limited costs at the other licensees. And going back to the signal approval, Alex was absolutely right. What we do on a weekly basis here is we take the amount of signals that we can take, number one, by capacity at the time of day, due to decoder and TV capacity to take in signals. We pass on a lot of signals. It's a daily menu that management puts forth at Suffolk, at Raynham, and at Plainridge. And that daily menu is consisted upon part and parcel some of the approvals that were gained by the commission when I applied for our live racing license. Our simulcast, the signals that we want to bring in are in our application, and we pick and choose from those. There were probably many signals on there that you approved that we never take. And so this, up until 2019, which was just 6 years ago, we were still under restrictions, and we even though we had a huge amount of signals approved by the commission, when Suffolk was running, we did not take we did not take the signals that we could not take. We could take a companion card and a few more signals while they were running. We could, and then the restrictions would come off when they weren't running. And so those restrictions were in place, or in my opinion, they still are in place, and we complied with those right through to 2019. We're still running live harness, so we want to make sure that there are harness restrictions at Raynham, and we want to make sure that our horsemen are protected as well. If that answers the question, I have more, but I just want to answer Commissioner Skinner's question. I hope I answered it.
So thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Commissioner Skinner, was that what you were looking for?
It is, and at your discretion in terms of the flow of this discussion, Chair, I would like to hear from others on that very question.
Absolutely, Commissioner. And I do want to go to Mr. Maurizio also. I saw that he was wanting to speak, and then I'm going to go back to Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Skinner, to answer your question directly, there is no valid reason in 2025 for any other licensees to object to another licensee simulcast schedule. It's the reason that they do so is to try to monopolize the industry to the detriment, I believe, of the public. If you've noticed, we have never complained about another track. We've never spoken out against whatever another track wants to do or another licensee wishes to do. In fact, Plain Ridge wouldn't exist if it wasn't for George Carney waiving a contractual right he had to stop that operation from moving from Foxborough to Plain Ridge. He did that because he believes the industry is better served if we all work together and grow our businesses cooperatively. We're not trying to hurt another track. We never tried to hurt another track. And we would hope that the commission would realize that it's in the public interest, it's in the industry's interest to allow our application to go forward and to do whatever everyone can do to grow this business.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner, and to the commission as a whole. We are not trying to hurt other tracks either. The commission put out a question of statutory interpretation. We offered our view of what it is. We still think that that's the right view because those words in Section 5C should have some meaning. I think the reason why you're seeing so much attention from the various licensees on this question goes to a lot of what Mr. O'Toole was saying. But the fact of the matter is the racing wagering pie is not expanding, right? We're not competing for shares of an ever increasing market. And so people are very attentive to factors that affect the competitive balance. The world is different in racing in general and in Massachusetts since the simulcasting statutes were adopted, since the ADW statutes were adopted. But I think it's important for the commission to keep in mind two things. You know, the statutes still say what they say on these points between 5C and Chapter 128C. And it's not just that the legislature has let the racing industry, the simulcasting industry go unattended to over the last 15, 16 years since dog racing was banned and Suffolk Downs wound down its live racing operation, right? It has very attentively and specifically addressed issues of various parties' rights and abilities within the changing ecosystem of racing here over the years. And we've listed a sort of a series of those fine attentions to detail in our letter that they've given all throughout. So the legislature has had every opportunity to revise the restrictions in 5C to free up ADW from the cross-reference restrictions in Section 2 of Chapter 128C. It hasn't done so, and that's got to have meaning, we think.
Chairman Maynard, may I have an opportunity to be heard? This is Andrew Silver from Churchill Downs.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. I had to do it once. Mr. Silver, you are free to move forward.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you to your fellow commissioners and the staff for the opportunity to be heard briefly on this. I don't want to reiterate what came out in both of our June 27 and July 31 letters, but did want to make a couple of notes. And I appreciate Attorney Stempek's analysis. I think we, of course, have a slight difference of opinion when it comes to that. In our July 31 letter, we incorporated by reference our July 27 correspondence. And there are a couple key components of that didn't show up in the memorandum from General Counsel Stempek to the commissioners. And one of which I think is key is that the actual definitions of under the statute are very important to take a look at here. The definition of simulcast refers to the way in which races are broadcast. It speaks to wagering, not at all. There's also a definition of simulcast wager, which is the type of wagers, the way on which you can place a wager on a race that is being simulcast. And that definition is a wager taken at a guest track on a race conducted live at another track, whether inside or outside the Commonwealth. That definition doesn't speak to a wager taken via account wagering away from the track. I think that's extremely telling, because if simulcasting encompassed account wagering, then certainly the definition of simulcast wagering would make reference to a wager placed via an account and not just a wager taken at a guest track. So that's one important piece that we noted in June 27th, our initial letter to the commission that I think we incorporated by reference in our July 31 letter, but did not find its way into the notes provided to the commissioners. To take a step back, though, I think that the approach that Commissioner Hill is advocating is a pragmatic one, and I think supported by the historical approvals, not just to Raynham, but to the other racetracks of unlimited simulcasting, and that goes to what the folks from Raynham are trying to say and articulate, which is that Section 2, there's discussion of restrictions. But there's a reading of Section 2, which Raynham set forth in its July 27 letter, that doesn't require it to be read as a restriction, but it can actually set forth a minimum right for the amounts of race cards that can be offered by licensees. And so, there are multiple ways that the commission can square its prior approvals of Raynham's account wagering and other account wagering in the state with the language of the statute. And the last thing that I'll note is that Churchill did not enter into its agreement with Raynham contemplating a limited or conditional approval. It's entered its agreement with Raynham contemplating the same level of account wagering it's been able to offer with its existing partner. And I think that there would be serious operational consequences, to conditioning that approval. And I think that before anything along those lines was being entertained, and I know that's not the motion that Commissioner Hill has put forth. So I don't think it's necessary to go into great detail on that, but I think that there would need to be a discussion of those consequences. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Silver. We did talk to Dr. Lightbound about what it means, and it sounded to me like it's there would be some implementation challenges, to say the least. Commissioner Broder?
It was a couple things on the Mr. Silver's. My understanding that Twin Spires takes the position that really no approval is necessary at the state level due to federal preemption issues. Is that still the case?
So I think that's it's an important question that you're asking, Commissioner, and you may be alluding to some activity we have going on in another state, in Michigan, and that's a position we've asserted there. But we believe in that position. But what we believe in over and above that is that where there is an avenue by which to comply with state law in a reasonable fashion, we seek permission to do so, and that's what we do. And in the time since we brought our Michigan litigation, we've actually sought and obtained approval under the state licensing or approval regimes in multiple different states, right there in New England, both Maine and New Hampshire, to comply with their laws and offer account wagering subject to their laws. So while we believe that we have a more than reasonable and correct position under federal law, where we can, where there's a reasonable path by which to follow state law, that's what we do, and that's what we're here to do today.
But not you're under no obligation to do so. Would be I thought that was part of the representation in one of the letters to the commission.
We certainly, I think, based upon our position in Michigan, I think that I hope you appreciate that as an attorney, I'd be doing my client wrong by not preserving that position. But that's not the position we're advancing here. We're advancing a position that is consistent with Massachusetts law that enables us to proceed in the manner we've been proceeding for over a decade. There.
Sure. Well, we're almost all lawyers here, so I appreciate the your duty to your client. Not directly relevant to this case. I'd hate to fall back on Oregon as our backstop of regulation for anything that might go awry in the future. I want to go back to Mr. Barrett's point, because I think this is probably more germane to kind of the legal situation here today, and I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So, we've heard that these restrictions are still in place, these statutory restrictions. The commission does not have any independent authority to vary or depart from a statutory scheme, a statutory design. So I'm not sure, the relevance of prior approvals we may have done that were at odds with the statutory scheme aren't a good place to rely on. So I'm wondering, do we have sound legal authority to vary from what the statute says or may say, depending on interpretation?
Is that addressed to me, Commissioner?
That's addressed to whoever. I suspect there's more than one way to answer that question. So whoever feels like it is important to address the issue, I'd like to hear from.
I think I can answer quickly and then stand down and to other folks. I think there's two answers there. I think that it's not necessarily a statutory restriction. There is a reading that sets it as a statutory floor, and that's what makes the approval of additional tracks over the years, including this year, wholly consistent with the statute. That's one answer. And then the other one is our offering the complete statutory separateness of account wagering and simulcast wagering. It's right there in the definitions. Our June 27 letter is not in today's meeting materials, but it was submitted on June 27, and we incorporated it by reference today. And I'd ask that you all have another look at that. And so this isn't, we're not asking you to do anything that's inconsistent with state statute. We're asking you to continue to act in accordance with state statute in the manner that you have previously. And again, the request is to approve an agreement that runs through the end of this year. And that's where I'll fall back to the approach advocated by Commissioner Hill, that we have no problem with you all, with the commission continuing to take a look at this. But for now, we're asking for an approval of that which has already been approved. We're just moving to another partner there in Massachusetts.
Commissioner Broder, I'd just like to add in there that, the pre-approval of simulcast signals doesn't mean that those simulcast signals are approved for every day to be taken in totality. So when the licensee is formulating its daily menu, it should take into consideration the statutory requirements on the restrictions for that day. And for an example, on a Monday where the simulcast schedule might be rather light, you might take Belterra Park. When it's a little bit heavier on a Thursday and you have some better tracks going, then that would be a decision that the restrictions would come into play, and you would take Belterra off of your menu in order to stay in compliance with the statute.
If I may, Commissioner?
Please.
Again, there are some who are confusing what the statutory scheme happens to be. The restrictions used to apply under Section 2 to the right, the minimum right that each licensee had. The legislature defined that right, but it did not limit the commission's authority. The commission's authority is under Section 8 of Chapter 128C. And it says, I quote, "The commission shall have full power to promulgate rules, regulations, and conditions under which all running horse, harness horse, and greyhound racing simulcast and simulcast wages shall be conducted in the Commonwealth." So we have a minimum, we had, before the special legislation that I mentioned, a minimum right subject to restrictions, but the commission has full power to give more if it chose to do so. But the special legislation on section 92 eliminated that whole right and restriction scheme because, as I've already said, all live racing was ending. The legislature found a way to continue with simulcast operations. And so you cannot read Section 2, and I'm sure the general counsel would agree. You cannot read a section of a statute and say part of the statute doesn't apply, but the other part does apply. It was either completely overridden or not overridden at all. And if it wasn't completely overridden, then there'd be no simulcasting today in the Commonwealth. You'd have to completely ignore Section 92 of the Gaming Act.
So is it correct to say that the restrictions, while not explicitly repealed by language of the statute, are gone? They don't exist anymore. Those prior restrictions.
Section 2 is gone in its entirety because of the special legislation that was passed. What remains is Section 8, where the commission has full authority to decide under what conditions simulcast wagering will be conducted. So you can allow 5 million simulcast signals or 2.
So yes, it's the ultimate. Those restrictions are
If
gone.
there's a reason for it, of course, not arbitrarily.
And any reason we want.
Well, not arbitrarily. Of course, it has to be in the public
Of course,
interest.
of course.
Which is why I've advocated that, and I enjoyed Commissioner Skinner's question. There's no reason. There's no public interest that's advocated, that's advanced by restricting the number of signals that any simulcast operation should be able to engage in. There just isn't a reason for it. The old reason's gone. There's more live racetracks.
I think that makes sense. It certainly would have been terrific, and I say this as a former member, if the legislature was a little bit more direct, a little bit more clear. Say we recognize this revolution in the industry, and therefore these things which you can find are gone. We are proactively repealing them, not doing this kind of swirl of, well, we're empowering the commission, but this thing is still hanging out here.
Commissioner Broder,
I've been there. I understand how these things happen. And please, Mr. Barnett.
Thanks. What I was just going to say is I think that the legislature has been doing what you suggested, right? They have, over the course of the last 15 years, made major changes in things. Back when Suffolk Downs was still running live, they relieved Raynham Park of the obligation to pay simulcasting premiums to Suffolk Downs, right? Recognizing changes in the industry. And they've done that in a bunch of different ways over time, and they haven't adjusted these measures. I think, just to put it on the record, we disagree with the interpretation that Mr. Maurizio is offering, that the fact that Section 2 of 128C says the licensees shall have the right to simulcast up to certain things means that that's a floor and the commission can ignore that finely tuned balance by authorizing on top of that whatever it wants. I don't think that is at all what the legislature had in mind. And just in closing, getting back to your original question of, does the commission have the authority to disregard the legislative directive? I think the answer is no, right? I think that where the legislature identifies a policy question and gives it to the commission to resolve as the expert agency, then it has the ability to do that. But it always, basic administrative law has to act within the confines of its statute.
Commissioner, Attorney Maurizio is wrong that the old reason for the restrictions is gone. We do race live, and that is why the restrictions were in place. It was to protect those that were racing live in the Commonwealth. And at that time, there was 4. We're the only one left standing. So Mr. Maurizio is wrong in that. He's also wrong in that George Carney saved Plainridge. The only requirement,
Mr. O'Toole,
for Plainridge was that Norfolk, it was Norfolk. So we're
Mr.
Norfolk
O'Toole, let's stick to what we're talking about here. Let's not dredge up things that happen.
He said it. Well, with all due respect, Commissioner, he said it, not me.
I understand.
I just like to say that, this is not the first time we've raised this. The fair and delicate balance of the interests of the racing licensees, I think, is evident in the Gaming Act of Chapter 194 back in 2011, when the legislature did foresee interruption in live racing and asked the commission to supply them with recommendations for more efficient racing legislation. I would like to just say that I think it's an opportunity for us collectively, as Attorney Maurizio said, that it's full of conflicts, and I agree with him on that. I think we could come up with something collectively together with the commission's interests as well. But as you see with the submissions to the commission, there are a lot of different angles to the racing licensees and licensors, and those still conducting live racing, which is us. And I just want to get that out there, that we would love to work with the legislature and with the commission to supply something that protects the live racing in a manner of which it did back in 2001, 2002. But until that time, the statutory requirements are still there as far as the restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. All right. I want to kick it back over to the commissioners. Commissioner O'Brien.
Sure. So this is for Council Stempak. Given everything you've heard, is there anything in the memo that you submitted to us, the commissioners, that requires any further explanation, amendment, or does it stand sort of on the 4 corners of what it was?
I take Councilman Downs' point. They did submit a letter which was in the packet on July 1st. So that letter, we didn't put all the details from that letter into this memo. There obviously, as you all recognize, there are a myriad number of issues that was done essentially to help focus the conversation. This memo, I think, encapsulates the tension, and as we've seen in this discussion here, the tension in this discussion. I would second the opinion that has been voiced by a couple folks on this call as my legal conclusion, that this is still good statutory law. 128C Section 2 is still good law, notwithstanding what Attorney Maurizio brought up by way of 128C Section 8. 128C Section 8 is just a portion of the statute that gives us the power to promulgate regulations, much like we have in 28K. That doesn't give us the power to counter the a different statutory section. And with respect to the sort of balancing act that I believe was the goal of the legislature with respect to 128C Section 2, where there were simulcasting restrictions to protect live racing interests of the various licensees, I would hypothesize that the language in 128A Section 5C, which pulls in the language from 128C, was done to similarly carry over that balancing act. So that this is we recognize we have multiple racing licensees, and they all have different interests. We're trying to balance those interests. So that balancing was done years before the ADW statute in the simulcasting statute. The ADW statute then relied on that by referencing specifically the simulcast statute. And a part of it is still good law. So that's how I reached my legal conclusion, independent of anybody else on this call, and with separate discussions with some outside counsel on this matter, where I landed on the legal interpretation. Now I understand there are policy matters, and that is not to be ignored for sure. But on the legal conclusion, I think it is difficult to ignore black letter law, and I would be hesitant to make a recommendation to do so.
All right, thanks. I would say just my comment is if I were to vote consistent with what appears to be the recommendation on statutory interpretation, given the conversation today, I would want some information about the practical impacts, timelines, et cetera, that might be required of any vendor to comply with that. I'm not so sure I'm in total alignment on Commissioner Hill's decision or suggestion that we move and then circle back. They probably can be separated, but for me, in terms of timing, I don't feel great about moving on something and almost not knowing the time period or the scope of anything else, especially when people are talking about trying to make this work for all parties. So that's sort of where I am right now.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioners, I want to make sure that listen, I want this all on the record. I want us to get all of our questions answered before we make a decision. At the same time, I want all the interested parties to have an opportunity to be heard. And so, hence why we've been talking about this for a little over an hour. Commissioners, anything further? I have a question for Councilor Stimpak. And it's related to what Commissioner O'Brien just raised. Understanding that when we relook at the signals in December, as we typically do, that we definitely now know, if we follow the interpretation of our legal office and outside counsel, that we have to, we're going to take a look at this anew. We're a new commission, by the way. We're an entirely new commission than the first set of commissioners. Is it possible to give a runway for compliance? Is that under our authority to do that?
Sure, it's a great question. I think we would have to. I mean, given that this would be a change of interpretation, in the efforts to work with our licensees, the goal would be to have a clear explanation to all the recent licensees about what the current interpretation of the Somcast limitations are, and then to speak with them, probably at a staff level, about what the implementation timeline would take. And to Commissioner O'Brien's point, hearing from them with respect to the any impact, I think, is also helpful. But I think we would certainly have to build that in. Just logically, I don't think there's a switch we can flip to do this tomorrow.
Okay, I think that's the only question I had. Because I agree that there should be some time for compliance, given that there's been some reliance on the way that we've approved in the past. Commissioner Broder?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of wisdom in what you're suggesting, Mr. Chair, because as the news person here, I think there's real questions about our capacity to do perhaps what we've done in the past in terms of what seems like the legislative mandate we're working under, the scheme, but recognizing that the status quo is what I think was what some of the applicants are seeking to extend, and we don't want to regulate just for regulation's sake. But I do feel like we have these kind of statutory handcuffs that limit us in terms of moving forward. So if there is a way to land this plane in terms of some kind of a compliance mechanism, well, ideally, higher powers sort out the circumstances that relates to the current state of the industry, that would be terrific. That would be a preferred outcome, I would say.
Commissioners, any other question? So do we have formally a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill.
I move that the commission approve Massasoit Greyhound Association's request for approval for Churchill Downs Technology Initiatives Company and its platform known as Twin Spires and DK Horse as an advanced deposit wagering provider.
We have a second. All right, Commissioner Hill, it looks like you failed to get a second on that motion. Anything further on this matter? Are we wanting to sit with it? Are we wanting to move forward, commissioners?
I would love for staff to have those staff-to-staff communications following up on what we've all talked about over the last hour plus.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner Skinner, was that you?
It was. I'm in total agreement with the comments of my fellow commissioners this past, the most recent comments, and really it's been a good discussion. I too am hesitant to move forward severing the compliance piece of this from, the interpretation. I think that we do need to ask our team or along with the licensees, they just need to engage in a deeper conversation about what it will mean should the commission disrupt sort of what has been the status quo over the past several years. I want us to take a comprehensive look at that question rather than considering the matters separately and independently. I would prefer not to go about this in a piecemeal sort of way. So that's what I'd like to see just brought back. And I don't know what that's going to do to timing relative to the request that's being put before us, right? I mean, what is the timing here? I'm recognizing that this is the second time that we've had this discussion, so I don't know how much leeway, how much wiggle room in terms of timing that the parties have here.
Can I direct that question for you, Commissioner?
Absolutely.
Commissioner, Mr. Silver, you guys are still operating in the Commonwealth as we speak, right?
Thank you, Chairman Maynard. Yes, we have an agreement with another licensee with Suffolk Downs that is active. So we're not operating in some sort of unrestricted, unapproved manner right now. So with that said, this has now been before the commission twice. We're not seeking a limited approval here. I'll reiterate. So that's not what we're asking for. We don't think that would be appropriate. But to answer your question, we have an active agreement, and we're looking to transition from one partner to another.
Thank you, Mr. Silver. What's our next meeting date?
It's the 4th, I believe, Chair.
September 4th. Commissioners, is the next meeting date. Not saying that we couldn't schedule another meeting, but that is the next meeting day. Anything else on this matter? All right. I think if the team can get together with everyone and discuss what implementation would look like, if the commission does in fact follow our legal interpretation. And by the way, it's hard not to follow our general counsel and outside counsel's interpretation of what they've asked us to do. And I understand the practical implications and even the policy implications that was raised by Raina about the fact that, to what end is it? What I would say is, I've never seen my name on a ballot, unlike Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Broder. I've never served in the general court, but I have to follow what they do. And the commission does too. So that said, let's circle back on this, and team, I expect to get some guidance on when we should add this. All right. I'm going to need a break. Are we wanting to do like more of a lunch type or 5 minutes, or what are we thinking?
Chair, I would just say that since we have someone joining us from outside for our executive session, if we could maybe do a shorter break now and then a longer break after the executive session, just so we could get on with outside counsel, that would be helpful.
Commissioners, are we okay with that? All right, let's do that. All right. See everyone in 5 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think we can pull this down. Give everyone a second. Oh, maybe we have everyone. I think Commissioner Skinner's camera's off. She's here.
I'm here, Chair.
Yep. All right. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We just took a short break and we're meeting virtually, so we will do a roll call. Good afternoon again, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Commissioner Broder.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. All right, so we have, we're going to go to item number 6. For that, we will turn it over. Well, actually, we have 2 items. So what I'll do is I'm going to go first with item A. I believe we're going to kick it to Dean to start the conversation, but then I'm going to have to read some language in for B so Commissioner Broder can get some minutes through. So let's start with ED Serpa.
Mr. Chair, today we're scheduled to talk about a human resources issue that.
Wait, just to make sure, are we in executive session yet?
No,
Okay.
This is just to enter into executive session.
Okay.
So I was gonna recommend, based on the subject matter and the language on the agenda, that this discussion happen in executive session.
All right. So let me read some language in ED Serpa. The Commission anticipates that it will convene in an executive session pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, in conjunction with its review of litigation strategy with respect to an MCAD complaint, as discussion at an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the Commission. Would we like to enter in for that purpose?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to read in some additional language under item B. Since we're already in executive session, we'll be able to handle some minutes. The Commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session to review minutes from previous executive sessions, as their discussion at an open meeting may frustrate the intended purpose for which the executive session was convened. Pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, and Chapter 23N, Section 6I, May 23rd, 2023, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, December 20th, 2023, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, and Chapter 4, Section 726N, June 17th, 2025 at 2:07 p.m., and General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3 and 7, and Chapter 4, Section 726N, June 17th, 2025 at 2:21 p.m. Would we like to?
So moved on that as well.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. All right. We will return after the executive session. All right. We just finished a robust conversation and executive session. We're returning. Wait, make sure we got everyone. In the public session. Give Commissioner Broder a second. There it is. All right. So we're returning. And we left off on item number 7. So for that, we are going to turn it over to Chief Teresi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I will turn it right over to Manager Steffen to present the DraftKings House Rules.
Thanks, Carrie. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The first House Rule change for your review comes from DraftKings, beginning on page 202 of your packet. This submission is a bit different from the revisions you've seen recently and from others you'll review momentarily, as DraftKings has submitted a complete rewrite of its House Rules. However, while the format and language have been fully reorganized, updated, and restructured in this rewrite, the substance of the rules remains largely the same. This rewrite really streamlines the document, clarifies definitions, and improves consistency across sports and bet types. It also expands examples and explanations, adds additional coverage for market offerings, and overall is designed to provide clearer information for their customers, while also improving DK's operational efficiency. The red line exhibit within your packet is an additional 250 pages, the clean copy itself being only 150 pages. But the memo does highlight the key changes. As noted, the House Rules are now organized into 4 distinct sections, each expanding on definitions and settlement explanations. There's now additional clarification for bet settlement, such as dead heat rules, how ties, incomplete games, or even participant withdrawal affects the market, and guidance for futures and series markets. As of yesterday, DraftKings confirmed with our division that this rewrite has already been approved in 23 of their jurisdictions and is currently pending approval in 6 others, including Massachusetts. Joining us today from DraftKings are Corporate Counsel Alex Lopez and Senior Director of Regulatory Operations Jake List, if there are any specific questions from their team. This rewrite was submitted to our division in June, and after working closely with DraftKings over the last several months, requesting revisions and further clarifications, the Sports Wagering Division recommends the approval of these updated House Rules today. Chair?
Thank you, Andrew. Commissioners, questions for Andrew or Jake?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill.
I move that the commission approve the updates to DraftKings House Rules as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And I would just add, very good job by our sports wagering department and also for DraftKings. I read over the rules and pretty cut and dry. So no issues moving forward.
Second. All right. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Jake and Alex, for making yourself available.
Thank you.
All right.
And I will be presenting the House Rule changes for BetMGM, MGM Springfield, and FanDuel. Good afternoon, Chair and fellow commissioners. Today we have a few House Rules updates to go over. If you turn to page 456 of your packet, we'll start with BetMGM, where a change was made in its general sports rules and revisions made in 2 sports. In its general rules, BetMGM modified the minimum allowable wager from 50 cents to 10 cents. In the baseball market, BetMGM clarifies how pregame and live game wagers are settled when a game ends by the league's mercy rule. Pre-game wagers are settled according to the mercy rule, while live game wagers will be settled based on live wagers rules. In the Grand Salami market, wagers are based on a total combined runs scored across all MLB games. To ensure fairness, every game must be completed for these bets to stand. BetMGM clarifies that any wagers with unconditionally determined outcomes, such as a team winning a series, will be settled even if the other games are canceled. Next, moving on to basketball, BetMGM proposes two changes. First, they removed the buzzer beater market from their offerings. And second, they added an offering for NBA teams to make the playoffs, where the final top 8 teams in each conferences are determined at the conclusion of the play-in games. This concludes BetMGM submitted changes, and Zach Kraus is here from BetMGM to help answer any questions. Our division has completed a full review of these changes, and we would recommend an approval of these changes today. Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Tom. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission approve the updates to BetMGM's house rules as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
All right, I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Zach, for being on.
Zach, just hang on tight. We have one more house rules for you to help answer. The MGM Springfield revisions are identical to those just approved for BetMGM. These are the same revisions for the minimum wager limit, baseball, and basketball markets. No other changes are being requested. BetMGM Zach Kraus is still here to help answer any questions, and our division would recommend these revisions for MGM Springfield. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners? I'll be really surprised if we approve that last one and we don't approve this one. That's all I'll say. That's my only discussion.
I move that the commission approve. Sorry. Which one is this?
It's MGM Springfield.
I thought so. I just wanted to make sure.
That's the brick and mortar.
Yes, I move that the commission approve the updates to MGM Springfield's house rules as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0.
Thanks, Zach.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Great job.
Last one coming up here. Try to make it fast for you guys. Moving on to page. Moving on to page 460, FanDuel has identified 9 sports in need of revisions and provided patrons with additional clarity in its results, market settlement, and event listing rulings. On page 462, we'll begin with the revisions of its results and market settlement rules. FanDuel added language to clarify that if a bet includes winners who are deemed ineligible due to restrictions on in-state collegiate wagering, all bets will be voided pending regulatory approval. However, wagers will remain active only if the prohibited teams or players are clearly excluded from the betting market. And in such cases, the winner will default to the runner-up or next highest seed not affected by the restriction. Next, FanDuel added additional language to help clarify that if wagers are placed on events that cannot or did not take place, these wagers will be canceled pending MGC approval. Other operators have adopted similar rules to prevent customer confusion from mistakenly offered and canceled events. In football, in the American football section, FanDuel removed the first offensive play market from its offerings. In baseball, FanDuel added additional player props to its markets. These additions begin on the bottom of page 462 and continue to page 463. For prop bets involving plate appearances, FanDuel requires that the player must complete their plate appearance or at bat for the wager to be valid or set and settle. Next, FanDuel added an immaculate inning prop, where this occurs when 3 strikeouts are thrown on no more than 9 pitches. Excuse me. This offering can be combined between 2 teams to complete or an individual player to complete. For prop bets tied to specific innings, FanDuel requires that the player complete their plate appearance within those innings for the wager to be valid and settle. And for any two-way player props, FanDuel clarifies that any wagers placed on strikeouts refers to those recorded while pitching and not while hitting. In its All-Star market, FanDuel made a minor grammatical change in its rules related to its reserve pitcher strikeouts offering. And for its last update in the baseball market, FanDuel added additional rule sets related to the World Baseball Classic, should these games be settled differently than an MLB game. I'd like to note that the following baseball offerings have already been approved in 20 other jurisdictions, and FanDuel is currently awaiting approval in other markets. Moving on to page 464, in the basketball market, FanDuel updated its player first quarter points prop, where the player must play in the first quarter for the bets to stand. In the boxing and mixed martial arts market, additional language was included to explain how the length of rounds are determined in its round betting related props. And in golf, FanDuel has clarified how ties and pairing changes are handled in 2 out of 3 ball golf bettings. For example, if ties are offered within these pairings, bets placed on ties are winners, and any player bets are losers. Additionally, if a golfer from a 3-ball group is grouped on one group on one day and then is repaired in a different group on a later day, bets placed on the original grouping will remain valid and settle as usual. For example, a wager that was placed on a 3-ball group of Rory McIlroy, Scotty Scheffler, and Justin Rose for the first day, but on the second day, this 3-group pairing was changed. All bets on this original group will still stand. Moving on to hockey, FanDuel's made 2 minor revisions. First, they clarified that wagers are only settled if the games reach 55 minutes of play, and if a game is suspended after the first 55 minutes, wagers will stand in markets that have clearly been determined. And in their other revision, while this is minor, they specifically call out rules associated with the overtime specific markets. And towards the end of page 465 in table tennis, FanDuel clarifies that if a match does not take place or starts but does not finish due to disqualification or retirement, these bets will be voided. And in their last request for changes, this occurs in tennis, FanDuel added 2 minor revisions, and the first one being is if a retirement or disqualification occurs after the match starts, all set betting markets will be voided. In their final revision, they clarify that all tennis bets will be settled based on the official tournament website. This concludes FanDuel submitted changes, and we have Chris Black here from FanDuel to help answer any questions. Again, the following updates offer greater clarity and transparency for customers on how their wagers are settled within these markets. And after a thorough review of these changes, we recommend approving these changes today. Chair.
Thank you, Tom. Commissioners, questions? I appreciated the for instance on the golf, Tom. That helped me.
That was advice given by Andrew. I do appreciate that.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill.
I move that the commission approve the updates of FanDuel's house rules as included in commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Broder,
Yes.
and I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Tom, and thank you, Andrew. Anything else, Chief Teresi?
That is all from sports wagering. Thank you.
All right. With that, we're going to turn it to item number 8, and we're going to kick it over to Director Caitlin Monahan.
Thank you, Chair. We have 4 matters for you today. The first 3 are new non-compliant matters for the Commission's review and decision on next steps. The 4th matter is a matter that the Commission has heard before, but we wanted to bring back for further discussion today. The first 2 will be handled by Enforcement Counsel Deandra Franks. The second 2 will be handled by Enforcement Counsel Nate Kennedy. And if you're so inclined, I'll just pass it on to them and let them move through the 4 matters. So that would start with Deandra.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. This alleged non-compliance incident involves temporary Category 3 sports wagering operator Betfair Interactive LLC doing business as FanDuel and implicates 205 CMR 247.011, 205 CMR 247.012I, and the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog, which prohibit allowing wagers on unapproved events. FanDuel offered wagering on the Maharlika Pilipinas Basketball League, or the MPBL, which is not approved for wagering. The noncompliance lasted from June 4th, 2024 through April 2nd, 2025. During this time frame, 62,851 wagers were accepted for a total handle of $3,250,840. FanDuel self-reported the noncompliance after it reevaluated the league's permissibility in Massachusetts. FanDuel had initially offered the league because it believed that the MPBL was like other lower tier FIBA member leagues and believed it met the requirements. But during an April 2025 review of the league, it determined that the MPBL is not sanctioned, governed, or overseen by FIBA. At this point, I'm happy to take any questions, and I'd ask the Commission its preference for next steps as to how to handle this noncompliance. Just as a reminder, the options are to refer it back to the IEB, set it up for an adjudicatory hearing, or issue a civil administrative penalty under Chapter 23N, Section 16. I'd also just like to remind the Commission that I presented a similar matter on July 15th, which involved another operator offering wagering of a similar nature, and that matter was referred back to the IEB.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Broder?
I would suggest we treat this the same as the previous case and refer it back.
All right, thank you. Commissioner O'Brien?
Yeah, I mean, because we've already done the first, and I was actually going to ask because the second that you're probably going to go into is the same setup kind of, but I'll be honest, I don't like launching Category 3 and having something that shouldn't have been in there, but it's curious to me when you get to the next one, right? It would appear that it was in there from the get-go and then caught. This one is curious to me. They did not do it initially, then chose to add it and then had to remove it. So I have more questions about this one, given that time frame. And then I would also comment that while I would be fine sending it back, the level of wages, the time, and the amount is pretty striking. And so I think would, from my view, absolutely bear on any proposed resolution.
Thank you. I would go with treating this as the others. Commissioner Hill just said the same. Commissioner Skinner has given a yes. All right, Councilor Franks.
Great. I can move into the second matter. And this is for another operator with the same violation that you just heard. So this alleged noncompliance incident involves Category 3 sports wagering operator Crown Mass Gaming LLC doing business as DraftKings and implicates 205 CMR 247.011, 205 CMR 247.012I, and the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Catalog, which prohibit allowing wagers on unapproved events. DraftKings offered wagering on the Maharlika Pilipinas Basketball League, or the MPBL, which is not approved for wagering. The noncompliance lasted from March 14th, 2023 through April 11th, 2025. During this time frame, 151,508 wagers were accepted for a total handle of $7,493,177. The non-compliance was discovered by our sports wagering division after it came to its attention that this basketball league is not a FIBA sanctioned league or otherwise permissible in the Massachusetts catalog. And again, at this point, I'm happy to take any questions, and I'd ask the commission its preference for next steps.
Commissioners?
So just to reiterate, I think the one we had prior and the one you just mentioned in this one should all be treated the same, with attention also paid to sort of the length, the amount, and the money.
Am I getting that across the board, commissioners? Yep. Yes. All right, Councilor Franks.
Thank you.
Councilor Kennedy, how are you?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathaniel Kennedy on behalf of the IAB. This matter is brought before the Commission for guidance for next steps in addressing the instance of non-compliance, alleged non-compliance, by temporary Category 3 sports wagering operator Bally's Interactive LLC. This instance of non-compliance involves Bally's sending a promotional email to an individual on the voluntary exclusion list in contravention of 205 CMR 25607, and 5 promotional emails to an individual who is actively on cool-off status in what we believe is contravention of 205 CMR 25606. The core reason that was provided by Bally's was that the impermissible emails were sent as a data processing error, which occurred when accounts were set to be closed. Instead, they remained open to receiving those emails. With that, I would seek the Commission's guidance with those 3 options that Attorney Franks has previously mentioned.
So can I ask a clarifying question? So this was one individual? And when you say the account was supposed to be closed, it was rather than closing it, nothing happened, and so they got promotional? I'm confused.
Yes, it was 2 individuals.
Two,
so one
okay.
individual was on the VSC list and one individual was on a cool-off status. So the 5 emails went to the individual on cool-off status. The one individual who was on the VSC list received 1 email. And the response from Bally's, or the report from Bally's, was that the issue stemmed from a data processing error, and that the account statuses for those patrons remained open instead of closed when the closure option was applied.
So the closure means VSC or cooling off, not closing, like closing the account.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, got it. Seems strange to me that data processing would only kick out 2 of these, but if you guys find it's more systemic, I would want to hear more about it, but otherwise I would send it back to you guys for a resolution.
Same.
I agree. Commissioner Broder, Commissioner Hill? Yeah, if something comes up, re-bring it up, but if it's, hold it to, if it's just those 2 issues.
Certainly, and obviously we'll be looking for more information while we conduct our additional inquiry.
Do you have the next one too?
I do.
Right.
Moving on to the next matter. As you may recall, on February 6, 2025, the IEB presented an issue of alleged noncompliance involving American Wagering, Inc. doing business as Caesars Sportsbook. This alleged noncompliance related to Caesars offering wagers on tournament total red cards for UEFA, the Euro 2024 tournament, in contravention of Mass General Law 23 and Section 3 and 205 CMR 247.012E. Caesars accepted 6 wagers for a total stake of $8,270 between June 27, 2024 and July 9, 2024. The Commission elected to proceed with an adjudicatory hearing. And at the time the IAB initially presented this matter, the Commission had not presided over a matter of this type, the total red cards violations. The Commission has since had an adjudicatory hearing involving the same type of violation with a different operator. And as such, the IEB is bringing this matter back to the commission to inquire as whether they would still like us to proceed with an adjudicatory hearing, or in the alternative, the commission would consider referring this matter back to the IEB.
Could you give us more details on the one we did do to
Yes, this
expand?
was part of the BetMGM adjudicatory hearing that I conducted. It was a total red card. They had been offering wagers on red cards similarly in UEFA and throughout a number of other leagues. So the commission has now since heard essentially a violation of this type of this offering. So since this is not a first impression, it is no longer an instance of first impression, essentially.
And can I ask you, is the reason for the error the same?
It is unclear what the reason for the error is. I don't believe it is the same. The error was very specific to BetMGM,
right,
as we've heard. And I have had preliminary conversations with Caesars as this was set up for an adjudicatory hearing. So before we engaged much more significantly in our investigation, we wanted to alert the commission. Given the difference in wagers and the total stake in these two, the BetMGM matter, I can tell you, was of a significantly higher amount. That was $42,690 for 2,564 wagers. And it was over the course of almost a year worth of wagering. So there's somewhat of a difference in the amounts. And again,
the scale and duration. Yeah,
exactly.
Got it. Okay.
But certainly if the instruction is to continue on with an adjudicatory hearing, we will do that. I will continue with my investigation, but we wanted to at least bring it back to the commission, bring to the attention of the commission that this is something that has been gone over, at least in this type of setting.
Can I ask a question? Did we put out the decision on that one?
No.
It's hard for you guys to have precedent if we haven't put out the decision. I'm fine with sending it back, but I would say we need to put out our decision on it.
Right.
I can hold until the decision on BetMGM is issued, if that's something that is. Certainly we can do that.
Commissioner Broder?
No, agree.
We go with that? All right.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Counselor. Anything else, Director Monahan?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Counselor Franks and Counselor Kramer also. CEC Kramer. All right. With that, commissioners, any updates? Any other business we didn't anticipate? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Commissioner Broder, is that a second?
That is indeed a second, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Were you thinking about it, Commissioner?
No, I couldn't get my mute button off quick enough.
Do we need discussion? Commissioner Broder?
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Everyone enjoy the rest of your Thursday.
Indeed. Keep cool.
Aye.
Bye.